Ball in the collar! Oh!
This is going to be a big one.
Carvajal. That's brilliant, Upamecano, boy. No, reset, lads, reset. Upamecano's dead. Get up, Upamecano, will ya? Who's next? Oh! Back to back to back to back! Back to back to back to back! Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, lads. And the look is in for Christmas, man. Number 7, Ronaldo. And then number 7, Kante. Boom! Oh, beautiful. Oh, he's done it again. He's done it again, the Anaconda. He's done it again. Look at it. Look at this, man. Cheeky chips. 83 finishing, lads. He finishes like 103. That's Tommy Yasu. Not easily, anyway. Go on, Mbappe. You've got the pace. This be a good pass. Oh! Oh, what a pass! What a pass!
We've seen it like a few times now today where there's been a chance or two that have separated these teams, and that's it. You know, they're low scoring.
Now, Morientes, touch and go, Morientes, please. Morientes! Oh, fuck you, Morientes, you killed me. You made me dream. This is leaving us with Bellingham, Barella, Costa Corta. Double pack? Lads, what's going on? I've never seen that animation before, man. It's a 2-on-1, surely. Oh, it's a 2-on-1 after you! Get in! Boom! Stick it in your pipe and smoke it! Now we've got a bit of a dark horse, lads. This guy at Leimer, who is a free agent as well. He is an Austrian player. He's a box-to-box centre midfielder. Oh, what a goal! Ooh, what's the crack, lads? Welcome back, welcome back. It's Monday. It's Monday. We've had a good weekend, a lazy weekend. Well, not really a lazy weekend now, boys, because I was busy, but it was super warm here in Ireland. Greetings to everybody in the chat. Welcome in to ye early guys. Shurav, Amit, Hot Tea, Etsuma, Ron, Builder, Fistas, Most Danger, Pendu, Tomislav, The Skin, RBE8, Dimitri, Eddie, Slade, Marino, Lizzo, Sumova, Psycho, Vic, Chiba, Ron again. Fred is in the chat. Gilroy, good morning, brother. Royal Striker, Dino. Who else is there? Lou is in the chat as well as John. What's up, John? Welcome back, brother. Easy Ollie. Blue Machine is in. Adib is in the chat. Gibral's in the chat. W Guy, Turo, Darren, Celio. Welcome in, boys. Welcome in. Wangs, welcome in as well, bro. Welcome in to everybody. So, lads, I hope you had a good weekend. That boy Han, welcome in as well. To Surov, welcome in, boys. Yeah, I mean, listen, today's stream, because obviously if you guys have not been paying attention, or if you haven't played the game, or you haven't been playing the game every single day, John Christopher, welcome in. Yassine, welcome in. Williams, welcome in as well. The player reset is going to be finishing on the 23rd, which is this Thursday. So, listen, if you want to retrain your players, we are going to be doing a full rebuild of pretty much all our squad today. Like, I just feel like, honestly, lads, I just feel like with the game, Precision, welcome in, brother. I feel like with the game at the moment, there's so much information out there that is just completely irrelevant. You know, the game at the moment is very streamlined. If you need to decide what you want to do with the game, you know, you need to decide what you want to do with the game. You either want to push rank and you want to play meta, which is a very, very, very boxed off, simple to use setup. That is just very little, you know, it's all about repetition. It's all about grinding through, you know, and pressure, high pushing, high lines, scoring lots of goals, killing the game off when you need to kill the game off, having a sub-tactic that suffocates midfield. If you go up a goal or if you're chasing the game, have a midfield that goes and pushes on. So it depends on how you want to play the game. My personal opinion at this stage with the game is because there is nothing to play for in divisions, I would genuinely look at improving your gameplay and also having a bit of fun with formations. This is a formation we've been trying. You've got your 6 here, and then we've got our out wide players, and we can swap that around with Philip Lam. We're playing with Pep with a bit of possession, so it's all about hugging the wall or hugging the sidelines. We have a sub-tactic makes it a little bit more kind of, I don't know, like aggressive, so to speak, where we go a little bit more direct. So we can go back to a back 4 if we want to do that very, very simply here, and still have a lot of play up through the middle. Like that's kind of where we could go with this. There's a lot to like about this formation, especially if you want to play, right? So today we are going to focus on answering a lot of questions and answering a lot of things with the game, because I see it the whole time. I see people talking about builds and talking about things, and I just do really question if they play the game, man. I really do question whether they're playing the game, because you can eradicate a lot of issues with this game if you streamline your game. And a lot of the top ranked players, while being exceptionally skilled at the game, they play a certain system that's very systematic, very formulaic, and then obviously just really are good at the game, you know? So I think at this stage, like with the game, it's all about, in my opinion, playing and having a bit of fun with the game. That's my opinion. But if you want to push rank, it is going to be kind of like streamlined in how you actually set up your team, and it hasn't really changed since the start of eFootball 23. Let me go through a few formations and a few things like that. Marco, good morning. Welcome in. Yeah, I mean, Psycho Professor, I mean, I've made Division 1 multiple times with default players, with Collar as my main striker, scoring 2 goals a game. Like, you can do it. You can get to Division 1 without spending a penny. Like, I've done it multiple times. You can check my videos. You know, all my videos are free to watch. You don't need to sign up for anything. You can just look and just see how they go, man. Just see how they go. Because we've got to Division 1 multiple times. It's not difficult to get to Division 1 if that's what your goal is. You just set up your team to play in a certain way, and you play that system until the wheels fall off. Because eventually, you're going to come up, if you need to get to Division 1, right, with the new system, you need to get to a rating of 1,800, okay? Or, 1,500 and then whatever, right? But essentially, if you play 50 matches in the month, you will get up if you've got a 60% win ratio, what we have here now. So listen, it is what it is with the formations. You'll see it the whole time, right? Loki, welcome in. OC, welcome in, brother. So yeah, I do think that at this stage, if you're kind of in that way of thinking that it's like, oh, you need to buy the best cards to compete into Division 1. No, you don't, man. You don't need to buy cards to get to Division 1. But if you want to compete in Division 1 for push and rank, you definitely need to be able to fall back on having good players. That's it, because you're playing at a different level. Not just with team strength, but you're playing against guys that are really good at the game with really good squads. You know what I mean? You will not find a player in the top 1,000 that doesn't have 7, 8, 9, 10 proper legends, right? And if you go into any of these formations here, right? If you go into any of these formations, rank 1. This guy's highest rank was 747. We've beaten guys that have top rank 50 before. We beat the top 6 player in the world. We drew with the top 4th player in the world. This guy's formation is going to be a very similar pattern. It's your 3 centre-backs or all centre-backs. Where Costa Corta and Puyol, even though they're down as fulls, they can still play as centre-backs. You've got your double pivot really with Rodri and Xavi. Xavi is actually very good at winning the ball back as well. And then you've got your attacking 4. Rohed, welcome in, bro. Welcome in. So, we are going to... Lowry, welcome in, brother. Mohammed, welcome in, bro. I don't think I'm going to spin for Via. We'll see. We'll leave it up to you guys as usual, man. Ye run the chat, man. Ye run the decisions on this channel. This is going to be a kind of a stream where we retrain all our players, because I won't be getting on tomorrow and I won't be getting on Wednesday live, but we will be back Thursday with a big live stream. But yeah, before this... Obviously, the player reset is going to be gone by Thursday. By the time I get on Thursday, we're going to be retraining. So probably what I will do, and it's what I usually do, is I will reset all the players that I have here, okay? And then I'm going to train them now for you guys live on stream and answer any questions that you have. I'm then going to put up a video. Caveat, I'm working on a wheelchair progression guide. I will do that. Don't worry. I will do that. There's a video coming up on wheelchair and all the free players because I need to revisit those. But I have wheelchair on my other profile. To be honest with you, reviewing the Roma pack, I did originally when the pack came out. To be honest with you, the Roma pack is just, it's mid compared to what's out there, you know? Gee, but that's insane. I have 23 spins left in both PS and Xbox and no. Gee, but what did you say that's insane, bro? I missed that. I got 4 Beckenbauers in my road to glory, 0 in my main after 25 spins. Holy moly, man. Holy moly. For any player that I don't have, lads, right? Don't overcomplicate it. It's very, very simple. And I'm going to break this down in a video, right? There's only ever 2 types of player that you need to decide on having for every position in the game. So, like, I just see so much, like, complications in it, man. That, like, sometimes I feel like you need a science degree just to decipher what some people actually think in the game. And I see the whole time, man, people with different opinions are always valued, right? But in terms of the actual makeup of the game isn't that deep in terms of tactics, man. It's not that deep. Like, you have a running gun center forward or you have a target man. You know, a target man that you play the ball up to. I'm not talking just height. I'm talking about there's a difference between playing Michael Owen versus Shevchenko or Forlan. Michael Owen, you're running and gunning. Pace, speed, finishing, quickness, mobility, running a lot, touching and going a lot, triangling a lot, little ticky-tacky. Then you've got Shevchenko, Forlan, Cristiano Ronaldo, Drogba, any of those guys to lesser degree. They're not the same player as Michael Owen. They're going to be what I call target men. You're going to be laying the ball at their feet as much as you can and shooting on sight. No running, no tricks, no switching positions, no versatility needed. Can attack from all areas of the pitch, in the air, on the ground, and just shooting on sight. That's basically what it is, man. It's basically a lot of stuff that you need to do very, very quickly. Well, Psycho, if you are, man, I would say that, like, winning games most of the time and you're losing. I would say that if you want to win more games, you have to play in a certain way if you're struggling. That's the thing. I'm top 10k, sadly don't have much time played against top 1000. He beat me 4-0, but I thought I was playing good, feeling unlucky. Yeah, that can happen, Anton. There is differences, man, in it. Like, when you play against somebody that is playing the game a lot, they understand the flow of the game a lot better. It takes me a while to get to figure out the flow of somebody. You know, because I'm not playing top rank esports, you know, professional guys all the time. If I was, I could adapt to that and probably play at a much higher level, but it requires a different kind of makeup, you know, and my content would have to go on the back burner a little bit. Instead of posting daily videos, you know, I would probably only be able to post maybe 2 or 3 videos a week. So, like, at the moment, I'm uploading 40 videos a month and 12 live streams. And that's covering every area of the game, like free to play, kind stuff, you know, news, rumors, you know, community stuff, everything. So, yeah, we will see what happens, man. We will see what happens. I'm 0 from 26 in 4 accounts. Yeah, it can happen, man. It can happen. I do, OC. I reckon they'll bring out a long ball counter manager soon, probably with the next update. I would say that they will. No, Slade. So, basically when you have, right, I'll just show you, right? So, we're going to break this stream down because I'm going to be recording footage from this as well. And I'll be answering questions. And I'm going to just put the raw file up on YouTube as a retrain in every position. So, we're kind of going to structure it a little bit. Mr. Rango, what's up, bro? W Guy, I'm waiting for you to give me coins to spin for Via, bro. I'm waiting. Thank you very much. We'll be waiting. Yo, Brixio, welcome up, bro. Welcome up, welcome in. Yeah, W Guy, I'm waiting, bro. I'm waiting, man. Lowry needs to be done, bro. Needs to be done. Hassan, define big update. You know, define big update. Right, so with the Beckenbauer here, we are now on to, I think we've 24 spins left after this. So I don't have Beckenbauer got on this profile yet. But this Beckenbauer here, in my opinion, he is a good player. He's probably one of the free ones, one of the best free ones. But with this pack here, the trick is that people are kind of looking at is if you spin all 4 of these, right? I know people that have spun all 4 of these players. If you spin all 4, and only if you spin all 4, or if you spin Beckenbauer, Modric, and Davies, and you're not bothered about getting Rashford, or you spin Beckenbauer, Rashford, and Modric, and you're not bothered about getting Davies, you can, once you have the players you want out of the box, because we're going to be getting 70 plus spins on this agent, which is going to be more than enough to get Beckenbauer. If you get him within 20, 40, if you get him within 40 spins or whatever, right, you can very simply reset the pack. What this does is, and don't do this, do not reset this pack. Do not reset this pack if you do not have the player that you want out of it. So if you do not have Beckenbauer or Rashford or Davies, resetting the pack does not give you back the spins. It literally just resets that you can duplicate the players. So for example, if I reset the pack here, I would be potentially able to spin again for Modric, but that limited draw would become 50 out of 50 because I'd have 50 players. I know people that have reset the pack after 20 spins and thought that they'll get the spins back. Listen, don't do it, man. Ron did that as well. Ron, you noob. But Ron is a newcomer. He doesn't know what he's doing. But I know people, honestly. My friend sent me a video where he basically opened his first free spin. His first spin on this, he got Beckenbauer. He reset the pack, and his 5th spin after resetting the pack, he got Beckenbauer again. So in 6 spins after resetting the pack, he had 2 Beckenbauers. Why would you say then that you'd want 2 Beckenbauers? Well, the players that have got really high rating, they actually give you more GP and contracts and stuff when you're releasing them. So for example, if I was to release one of my top players, and this is why people are doing it. If I was to release this guy here, okay? If I was to release him, this is what we're getting. 1,500 GP and 1,000 trainer programs, okay? But if I was to release one of my top guys, that is like at the top, at the pops or whatever, like say Eric Cantona or whoever, or I can't release him, say even Neymar, right? If I was to release him, once you have a high ranked player, I can unlock him. Any of the boosters, I'm going to be getting 140,000 GP, a contract renewal for 10 days, and 10,000 trainers. So potentially, once you have Beckenbauer or any of the top players, you can do that. Does that make sense? Yeah, 220,000 GP for Becks when he's fully trained. There's a lot of cards here that you can release. Like Nedved here, for example. Nedved is a beast as well. Nedved gives 320,000 GP, 1 trainer program worth 10,000, and a 1 contract renewal. So that's what you'd be looking to do when you have got your top players. I think this Messi is one of the highest, if I'm not mistaken. Messi gives you 710,000 GP there. So there is a lot of players, man, that you can get if you are releasing and clearing out your squad, especially players that you never really use anymore. I'm waiting for eFootball 2025 to release a lot of these cards because I honestly feel like I've got some rare cards. You know, we've got the old school Inzaghi legend cards. I don't think they'll ever bring out these cards again. These legend ones with this card design, with the small levels. We've got, you know, example for Piqué here, Kovacic at Chelsea. We've got a lot of rare cards. You know, Dani Alves is still here. Andres Iniesta, Piqué for Barca with the Barca pack. Laporte. We've got a lot of unique cards here that I don't think that they're going to release again, you know. I definitely don't think that they're going to release them again. This Cristiano Ronaldo card, if there was an open market on the transfer market, if they ever bring that in, this would probably be one of the rarest cards there. So yeah, I definitely think they will start doing the iconic moments again, Blue Machine. Yeah, that's what they will, man. Well, Active Dan, some people have reset the pack, honestly. They have. By accident, because they think they get the spins back. The next phase, New Sonic, I reckon my predictions will be that they will release 3.6 and then we'll be into news for eFootball 2025. I don't think that they'll bring out... Wasn't eFootball 23, wasn't V3.6 or 2.6, was that the last update we got? Wasn't there only 6 updates throughout the year? All right, let's get Beckenbauer, boys. I will, Shorav, I will do that, man. I have so much content. Lads, I'm telling you, man, with this wedding coming up in the summer, I literally just do not have 5 minutes to myself. Honestly, I don't have 5 minutes to myself. Oh, Jesus, Henderson. I don't have 5 minutes to myself, boys. So I am still doing as much content as I possibly can. I'm kind of prioritizing the streams a lot. But yeah, I will do a lot of videos that I have. I have a couple of videos lined up for when I'm not going to be able to upload daily. I have a few videos in the back burner. You know, and I don't really want to go into the ideas for those videos because, what happens, man, when you're a YouTuber is you have an idea, you do a video about it, and then you have 20 other people, you know, doing videos on it. And that's why I want to kind of keep a couple of the stuff I have and a bit of the news. I have big news coming soon in regards to eFootball 25, but I'm not going to go into it until later on in June. So, yeah. We also are on our next spin for one of our free players in here. So, with this chance deal as well, this one that we have here, and I'm going to get into resetting the players now in a second. This chance deal, the only two players I have left are Wilshere and this guy. I'm not even going to pronounce the names because he always slag me. Shahanlu. But we will get him. But we have Wilshere on our account, so I can switch accounts and do the progression guide for Wilshere as well. OC asked me, do you think we will get any new legends with the next update, as they seem to add a new player to the franchise each update? OC, I reckon we'll get 10 plus new legends for eFootball 25. I think we will. I reckon we will. That's basically when we get it. It'll be August, I reckon, big. I think it'll be August. I reckon we'll get 10 plus, man. But I think that the legend cards and the boosters are here to stay. I just think that we're going to get bigger boosters. And I think we'll get upgradable boosters as well. I think what Konami should do is have upgradable boosters that have a starting point at like 90 overall. You play a match with them. So say for David Villa, for example, or Michael Owen, right? Michael Owen has a starting... this is how I would do it, right? We're going to reset all of these players, okay? Because it's a free reset. Michael Owen has a starting rating of 85 overall, okay? But instead of just going in here and going into player progression and training him up and giving him his level training manually, you should be able to train him up by scoring, 20 goals, he goes up a level, and then you're able to distribute the points. 50 goals and 25 assists, he goes up another level and he goes to a 95 overall. And basically having an evolution of the card. That's what it would be, man. That's what it would be. eFootball and FIFA are collaborating for eFootball 25. I don't think so, bro. Not from what I've heard. We will be rating squads later. We're not doing that now. We're going to be doing this now, and then we're going to be talking about some different things. So we're going to reset all of these players. What do you mean the player base? Well, there's more people playing this game than ever before now. But it's probably 90% mobile. In my opinion. It's probably about 90% mobile. Man like Axe. Yeah, I'll spin, bro. If you want to send a donation, I'll spin, bro. I mean, why would I spin for David Villa when I have Michael Owen here and look at my squad and my bench? I have Rummy. I have Romario. I have Dennis Law. On top of that, we have Cruyff. We have Salah, we have Ronaldo, we have Baggio, we have Forlan, we have Stoichkov, we have Saviola, we have Collar. I mean, why would I be spinning, bro? There's no need to spin unless you're really, really, really wanting to play. Now, even though I had Vieira, Makelele, and Hullet and Rijkaard here, if Roy Keane came out, I'd spin, because that's different. I appreciate that, W guy, but as I already mentioned, man, I don't need David Villa. Yes, he would be good. Yes, we will try and do one spin for him, maybe. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, as ever, if we get maybe like 200 likes on the stream, I might consider spinning. Yeah, Leao has been improved, actually, Blue Machine. That's a player definitely to look at. Alright, boys, before we get into this video, okay, because I am going to be uploading this on YouTube as well to streamline it for you guys. Obviously, you guys are going to get the raw experience and we can go back and forward, and I'll jump into rating your squads and building up players that you want. But in terms of doing this structure of this video, I think the best thing to do is to just have, I think we'll just start with a meta, right? We'll start with a meta one and go from there. I think that's probably the best thing to do. And reset all of these players. Now, this is going to be a very, kind of structured video because a lot of people will ask me a lot of questions. Arrow, welcome in, bro. Edward, welcome in. Good morning. I'm good. Busy, but we're good. We'll be retraining everybody. Absolutely everybody. But the difference is when you're retraining players as well, is it's not so good. It's not so good retraining players if you're just retraining them with an overall rating. Like, because I'll give you an example, right? If you're training Steven Gerrard and you auto-allocate Steven Gerrard, right? Look at Steven Gerrard here when you auto-allocate him, right? Now, I never auto-allocate players for this exact reason. But as a DMF or a CMF, Stevie G is going to be 104 overall, right? But when you look at his stats, he's going to have 90 aggression, 93 tackling, which is fantastic, 85 low pass. But if you actually go in and look at his card, right, he's 8 into passing, 4 into dribbling, 4 into dexterity, 8 into lower body, 5 into aerial strength, 13 into defending. I think for this card, it's too much defending for Steven Gerrard. I think it's way too much for a player that's a box-to-box. Because Stevie G is a very unique card that you don't need to waste this many points on defending. And this isn't even a bad auto-allocation, to be fair. You know? But I definitely want a bit of kicking power and a bit of finishing with Stevie G. So there's a lot of different cards that you can look at. But I think what we'll do is we'll start by doing a very meta one. A meta squad formation and tactics and setup, and then go from there. And then we will play a couple of games as well and chill out. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it, Active Dan. Like, you have to ask yourself the question, what are you training the card for? Do you know what I mean? Like, Nedved is a similar card, right? If you train Nedved this way that we have here, he's got 92 acceleration, 100 stamina, 95 balance, 87 tight possession with 80 aggression, right? So we've actually popped in 3 into his defending. But if you auto-allocate Nedved here, the game will actually pop in 0 into his defending, and they'll pop 12 into his dribbling, right? So you have a very different card. Even though it's a very high-ranked rated card, you're kind of missing out on a little bit of aggression. His speed is fairly decent, but it's probably a bit too high. His acceleration is 92 and balance 95. His low pass is 89. It's still a nice card, but you have to ask yourself, do I need Nedved this quick if I'm going to be playing him as an attacking midfielder? Is he aggressive enough to win the ball back if I'm looking for him to have huge stamina? There's no point having huge stamina on a player if you're not trying to win the ball back, because you don't need stamina to make runs forward. This is the thing. People train up speed and they don't even know what speed does, in my opinion. Yo, AB Andy, welcome in. Yazid, welcome in. Darren, welcome in, brother. MVP is here to all those who are claiming that Villa will get my guys just passing the ball, even if I do stunning shot. Well, yeah, Villa is good. There's no doubt about it. Villa is definitely like meta. There's like no doubt about that whatsoever. But a lot of people don't, like, you have to train the players for exactly how you use the players. There's no point, I've said this time and time again, there is no point having Steven Gerrard with 90 finishing if you don't shoot, just to have 90 finishing and just be like, oh, my Steven Gerrard has got 90 finishing and 100 kicking power. All right, how many goals do you have with him? 1 in 50 games. But his stats are amazing. And it's like, why not just throw those stats into aggression then? Or throw those stats into speed or acceleration to get it to 90? Like, this is what I'd keep talking about the whole time. Build your team the way it's going to suit you. So what we're going to do is, right, we're going to start by changing our formation and just doing for a very basic formation, which is kind of where the meta is at the moment, okay? And I would say that it is probably the main meta at the moment. Like, if you take a look at the top ranked players, right? Not that the top ranked players are, they obviously play a certain system. But if you look at the top maybe 5 to 6 ranked players, and any of these guys that you see here, we've already checked out that guy. But if you look at these, it's usually 3 centre forwards, 3 centre backs, right? Now, this guy's playing Makalele as a CB. I would say that there's probably a bit of mind games going on here with that as well. But that will also tell you that if he is playing Makalele... Gary Griffin with the club president, El Presidente. Gary Griffin, welcome in, brother. Welcome in. Give your GGs to Gary. What a supporter, lads. What an absolute legend. Thank you, Gary. We're back, baby. We're back. We are back, man. We are. Absolute legend, man. Absolute legend. I love the support, man. And it helps out massively. It helps out massively, lads. Smash that like button for Gary, lads. As I said, if we get 200 likes, we might do a cheeky spin for David Villa. But thank you, brother. Thank you so much, man. So listen, this is what I'm talking about, right? We're going to build a team. Gary, where were you on holidays, bro? I hope you enjoyed it, man. I hope you enjoyed it. Were you on holidays for like what, a week or 2? Let me know. But this team, right, if we're going to focus on this team, I pretty much have every player on this that I can recreate, apart from, I wouldn't put Lautaro Martinez in there. Scholes, we will get to every progression, man. I've already told you, bro. I've already told you, man. We'll get to every progression. Asking me 10 times is not going to make me speed up the process of the video, bro. We're going through everything here, man. We'll start with goalkeepers as usual. This guy's using another 3 centre-back formation. So we are going to start with the 3CB, right? Now, the one thing to notice with this is if you are using a 3CB center formation, you need to be very kind of tactical in how you're setting up your patterns of play. That's the main thing that I would say. So you're going to have your 3CB here. And then you're going to have your third man tucked in there, and you're going to have your right back as far back as you possibly can. That's basically what most people do. Now, is this something that I enjoy playing with? Possibly not, but it is very compact, no matter what formation or tactics that you have. If you're using Pep, you're going to be very high up, but this kind of overcompensates for it. And usually what I would do is, I would have one all-rounder, that's going to be Thuram, he's a defensive fullback. I would have him, and I would have a right back that's able to do it all. So if you wanted to have Philip Lahm, or you want to have somebody in that position, you can do that. If you want Saliba, you can do that. If you want pretty much any of these players that you have here, you can throw Trent in, you can throw any of those in. But you need to make a decision as to what kind of right back that you want, and if you want a double pivot here. I usually go for a player that can play left back or CB if you want to do that. So for me with this here, I would potentially probably go, if the meta at the moment is now, I would say, it's hard to know. I would probably say Rudy. Rudy is probably one of the best cards in the game at the moment, even though he's a freebie, because you can train Rudy quite quick with that. Okay? So we're going to get into building our squad now. We're going to start with goalkeepers. I'm going to bring on a sub goalkeeper here, which is going to be probably Iker Casillas. We've done this video a few times before, but it still seems to kind of, you know, pop up every kind of player reset progression when that's over. So this player reset progression is going to be over on the 23rd, right? So you've got 3 days to reset all your players for free. Why you want to reset your players is you want to build them for where the gameplay is at the moment. You want to be finished with all your testing, and you want to know exactly what you're getting from this squad, right? So we're going to start very simply with an easy enough formational setup that's going to be able to be changed on the fly. So, for example, if we do have, say, an outright kind of centre-back partnership, or we have Thuram is down as a right back or whatever, defensive full-back or any of those, we're going to have a decision to make whether we want an attacking. If you're playing 3 centre-backs in this formation here, you can either play one of your full-backs and have 3 centre-backs like this. That is probably what I would do, is to have an outlet, so that this outlet can bring the ball up, or else he can switch from here to here. With passes and long range passing, right? So if you are having a 3-man setup, you can have a 3-man setup very similar like this, where you've got 3 centre backs that can all play centre back, and a few of them, you know, can play left or right back, or else whatever. And then also, I would definitely not have 2 destroyers in CB. I would either have one of my destroyers here and then another one here, or I would have it split between a defensive fullback, or if you wanted to, you could also have somebody like a build-up, such as Saliba. You could do that as well. So, for example, you could go that route where you have your 3 centre-backs. Your centre-back that's going to be on the right here is able to play left-back as well. So, for Maldini here, if you wanted to even be more aggressive, you could go that route where you have a destroyer left-back, a destroyer centre-back, and then a build-up here and a defensive full-back. So, that's basically your 2 options, depending on how attacking you want to be. But the same rules apply, right? So, we'll start with goalkeeper in check. Firstly, if you have a goalkeeper that's going to be taller than 190 centimeters, you don't need to worry too much about his jumping, but the rest of his stats, his jumping and his reach, you don't need to worry about, okay? So for these stats here, yes, you can still get him as high as you possibly can, but you're going to be more focused on his goalkeeper awareness and his reflexes. So I would probably try and get his reflexes up as high as possible. You're going to have 97 reflexes. You're going to have 92 awareness. We'll get that up another 3. You're going to have the goalkeeper catching up another bit as well, right? So that is kind of where I would go with that. If you wanted to go that route, you can go that very, very simply. Now you can still, because Czech is so good, you can still get a goalkeeper that can do it all for you. There's nothing really out of line with this keeper because he goes past 100 overall. Any card, if you've got a card that goes 100 overall, there is no weakness in the card. You can have multiple stats that are over 90, which is the sweet spot for a lot of cards, right? And it doesn't really matter for the goalkeeper. You'll concede stupid goals no matter what because of the way the goalkeepers are. Sometimes they'll make unbelievable saves. Sometimes they won't make any saves. But I definitely think Czech is one of the best cards in the game. Now, Czech also follows in to this kind of, Schmeichel, Czech, Donnarumma. Insert any player that you want here that's over 190 centimeters, and that's the way you're going to want to build him. As high as you possibly can, awareness, reflexes, and then secondary, catching and parrying. That's all you need to focus on. You don't need jump and reach as much. Now, I would be open to going a little bit higher with his reflexes here, and I would also probably go with his awareness a little bit more if you wanted to do that. And of course, you can just pop one in there to jump in as well. But I reckon, Oliver Kahn, Neuer, any goalkeeper that's taller than 190 cm, this is the build that you want to go with. Max out his awareness, max out his goalkeeper reflexes, mix in a bit of manual defending, mix in a bit of manual goalkeeping. Similarly, but quite different, you're going to have Casillas, who's going to be a smaller base goalkeeper. So quite different to Czech. This Casillas card is not as good, but any card that is under 190 cm or around that, like 191 and under, right? That's not over 191 cm. So you're talking about Iker Casillas, you're talking about Sommer, you're talking about Shea Given, any of those cards that are quite small in goals compared to the big giants like Czech and Schmeichel, you definitely want to get up a little bit of a flip with this. So once we have his goalkeeper awareness at 90, we want to get his reach up higher. That's where we want to go with it. And then we also want his reflexes to be at 90, which is fine. That's going to give us this card. But the trick with having a goalkeeper like this is to get his jumping at least 90 and his reach at least 90. So we were able to get this to 90 or probably even 95. But once we get this here, with the build that we're going to have here with Guardiola giving a +3 to all stats over 85, we're now going to have 90 jumping, 90 awareness, 90 reflexes and 95 reach. We want the reach and the jumping to be higher than Petr Cech's because of the difference in size, stature, and player ID, and the way that the players actually operate and how they jump and what animations they have. Casillas and the smaller goalkeepers have more animations for saving the ball, but the bigger goalkeepers like Czech and Schmeichel, they have a different kind of build in goals that they cover the space a little bit more differently. So you might notice that sometimes if you're playing with Casillas, or if you're playing with one of the smaller base goalkeepers like Sommer or any of those, they'll be a little bit better at manual goalkeeping, but they'll parry a lot more shots, even if you've got similar stats to Czech. Whereas Czech will either, cut the space out, but he'll give a lot of rebounds. And that's because of the way the goalkeepers are built at the moment. I don't know how many times I've scored on Schmeichel where he's literally dropped the ball out of his hands from a hard shot. Compared to Casillas, he'll pop it over the bar or whatever from a save because of just the way the goalkeepers are balanced, I suppose. But once you get to this, and if you want to go a little bit higher, you can always go higher with the reflexes. It depends on how you want to train them up. I would definitely prefer the reflexes or else the jump to be higher. That's kind of where I would go with it. Goalkeeper awareness is always important as well if you want to go with that route. But I definitely probably would go there if I wanted to go as high as I possibly could with that. I would be even tempted to go into another one with jumping there. And that's kind of where I would go with it. So you're going to have 93 jumping, 93 parrying and reflexes, and 95 goalkeeper reach. And that's going to be the two goalies. So if you look at the difference between these two goalies, right? If you look at the difference between these two goalies, Czech is 196 cm, Casillas is 185. Czech has got 6 kg on him as well. And then also the stats. Jumping, Casillas is going to be +15 on jumping. The awareness is going to be -4. His catching is going to be -12. And his parrying is going to be +7. So that's why I said, you might notice a lot of the time with Czech. I've noticed a lot of the time with Schmeichel or against Oliver Kahn, they'll parry the ball, but they won't parry it out for a goal kick or back into, your opposition. It'll be into the opposition. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. But reflexes are going to be huge for Czech. But Casillas will feel better manually. Goalkeeper reach then, and the reach and the jumping is going to be the most important there. So that's going to be the goalkeepers. So if you're using this applies to everything, boys. This applies to every goalkeeper. It doesn't matter if you've got Czech or Casillas in goals. If you are looking at this build of Czech, you don't need to know anymore. I don't need to train up 50 goalkeepers. I don't need to train up Schmeichel. I don't need to train up Oliver Kahn. I don't need to train up Donnarumma. the same rules apply for every goalkeeper over 190 centimeters. Don't overcomplicate it. All the big goalkeepers have similar player ID. Dida, Cech, Schmeichel, Oliver Kahn. Any goalkeeper that's 191 centimeter or 190 centimeter or more, don't speak about Ter Stegen. Andy, welcome in, bro. Arrow, welcome in as well, bro. Welcome in, man. All the players are the same, man. All the players are the same. Courtois is the same. Donnarumma is the same. Petr Cech, Schmeichel. Any of the tall goalkeepers that are over 190 centimeters are going to be controlled and handled this way. Obviously, they'll have different boosters. Obviously, they'll have different stat levels. But honestly, there is no real difference between Cech that has 96 goalkeeper awareness and that has a 91 or 2 goalkeeper awareness. It's more about the player ID and it's more about how the goalkeepers. If you think about it, right, when Konami are coding the goalkeepers, they're making 2 types of goalkeepers. They're not making 10 different archetypes where it's like, okay, this guy's going to have unique stuff. They will have the same framework, right? And then what makes them unique is the height, their strength, and their stats. And it depends on how much of the pie chart you think makes each one of those up. I would say that it's probably 70% of the AI of the goalkeeper. So Petr Cech is going to be very, very simple to train up. Very simple. Like very simple to train up. Any of the tall goalkeepers, it doesn't matter. And you can train up any of the tall goalkeepers in that way. You know, David Seaman is another one there. He's a defensive goalkeeper with 193. We're not going to worry too much about the reach and the jumping, but his awareness is going to be king, his reflexes are going to be good, and his catching is going to be good. Because all it takes, lads, is, you know, they'll change the goalkeepers, as Lou says there. If zero fate in them, now I just try not to let the opponent score, to take a shot at all. Yeah, they're all the same, man. All the goalkeepers, I never worry about goalkeepers, ever. Because they're all the same. Any of those goalkeepers that you have, David Raya is going to fall into the same line as Iker Casillas, right? And look how Konami have trained up David Raya, who's a player of the week that you can't touch his stats. Goalkeeper awareness is very similar. Reflexes is higher than Casillas. Parrying and catching, not really that relevant. Goalkeeper reach, 95 each. And then, of course, you've got the jumping. The jumping on David Raya is probably flattering to deceive because he is actually a small goalkeeper compared to Casillas even. So it just depends, man. It just depends. Don't mention Ter Stegen. He's banned from the chat, man. He's banned from the chat. Whereas if you look at the likes of, let me see, a goalkeeper like Onana, right? Onana is a goalkeeper that's just, you know, 0 in all stats. But no, honestly, his reach is 87, his jumping is 75, and he's got 190 centimeters. But where he's let down is his catching and his awareness is a little bit where it doesn't need to be. But there is always exceptions to the rule. That's the thing. That's the thing with the goalkeepers, man. I never pay too much faith in the goalkeepers. You got Oliver Kahn there as well. You've got Donnarumma. How we've trained Donnarumma, reflexes, his reach isn't as tall, isn't as good. Most of the smaller goalkeepers, like David Raya and them, are going to have huge reach and they're going to have fairly okay jumping. The same with Sommer. Sommer's going to have 96 jumping with 76 reach. So if you're training him up, we've obviously gone for a max jump build there, but the reach is going to be slow there. Lewis, I've already told you, brother, I do not have Schmeichel on this account, man. I don't know why I have to tell you 50 times, but you don't need to train up Schmeichel. I'm telling you, this is how you build any keeper that's a tall keeper, man. With a couple of exceptions, depending on how you play. Harsh, welcome in, bro. Welcome in. This is what you need to do. I've answered it already. Cech and any goalkeeper over 190 centimeters, max out their awareness, max out their reflexes. Yes, him, of course I will. Of course I will do a Sun build. Of course I will. Psycho, I've already told you, brother, I don't need to train 50 goalkeepers, man. All the goalkeepers are the same. You guys have got a hard on for training multiple versions of the same card, man. It's the same stuff that applies all the time. It's the same rules apply all the time, lads. The same rules apply all the time. There is no variation to it unless you genuinely think that there's a big difference, you know? Andy, this is the new normal, bro. We're streaming. I've changed my work hours in real life. So we're streaming a bit earlier now and finishing a bit earlier. And then I just work later in the evening time. So that's what we're kind of doing for the time being at the moment. Gary, thank you, brother. Gary, you were back from Tenerife. Sorry, man, I meant to say there. Give your GGs to Gary with the 5 gifted. Tenerife was the first trip I took with my now future wife was to Tenerife. That was our first trip together. I was outside.
Yeah, baby.
Someone outside, I thought there was. That is the first trip we took, Gary. Give your GGs to Gary. Gary's making a run for the presidency, lads. I'm telling you, he's making a run for the presidency, the new campaign.
Yeah, baby.
Fresh off with the tan. Fresh off with the tan. Amit, welcome in, bro. I didn't spin for David Villa yet. No, not yet. 200 likes will spin for David Villa.
Yeah, baby.
Maybe. Maybe, baby. Right, we're going to move on. We've covered goalkeepers, right? We've covered goalkeepers, lads. And we're going to move on to centre backs. Thank you, Gary, for the 5 gifted, lads. Gary has gifted Wasil, ATM, Jamie, Harsh, and Sky. Thank you, bro. Michael, welcome in as well, bro. Some goalkeepers have a unique ID, for example, Neuer being a lunatic. Yes, exactly. So the goalkeepers, as we've already mentioned, the goalkeepers are very simply defined, right? They either have, they'll all follow the same framework. So Peter Cech, and I'll just cover this once more. Peter Cech versus Shea Given, right? If a goalkeeper is over 196 or 190, he's going to need better awareness and better reflexes, okay? If a goalkeeper is under 190 centimeters, you're going to need to have better reflexes and reach and jumping. They're the 2 stats that you need. Now, obviously, there's a big discrepancy between the levels of these. If you've got Petr Cech or if you've got Dida or Seaman or Schmeichel, there is no real weaknesses in them. You don't need to train up reach and reflexes and goalkeeper awareness at the cost of jumping or reflexes or reach or any of the other ones, right? This becomes a little bit more, how would I say, this becomes a little bit more complicated at centre backs, right? And we're going to fly through this now as well. Let me see. What centre backs do you want me to sign up to train up from here? Because there's no point, lads. I can train up. What I'm going to do is, while we're recording the videos, I'm literally recording the videos by sections and I'm going to put them up structured and I'm going to have loads of nice fancy graphics up on the screen explaining everything and making it very digestible, right? You guys are getting the raw experience here where we're doing it and I'm feeding in from what you guys want. But I do definitely think that the only defenders you really need to kind of like train up are either a build-up, a defensive fullback, or a destroyer, you know? Thank you, Gary. Thank you, brother. Yeah, you can do that, man. You can turn it on. You can receive gifted memberships. Yes, that is correct, Gary. Thank you, bro. Gary, how long were you in Tenerife, bro? How do we train Giroud in net? Well, Giroud is a launch himself. Yes, V for viral. I do speak the way I speak, bro. I speak like think. I don't say think. Nobody in Ireland says think. We say think, like tank, except with an I. One question, how to play with Gilberto Silva and Vieira in first 11 with quick counter? Well, very simply, you just have one sitting and one in an attacking midfielder or a central role. So I think the best thing to do, lads, right, is to make a build-up, which is Saliba here. We can get Saliba quite decent. We'll reset him. And we're going to have Thuram as a centre-back here and Maldini as a left-back there. Now, if you want to, as I already said, you can have here a left-back that's going to be very pacey, or you can have a centre-back that can play left-back like Maldini. No, V, you don't. You're not being racist, bro. I didn't say you were being racist, man. I speak how I speak, man. I'm not fake. I'm not going to put on an accent or put on, a fake voice, man. What you see is what I get, man. What you see is what you get with me. I'm real, man. I speak how I speak. I say what I say. I haven't Beckenbauer yet, Danny. No, I haven't, bro. I haven't got him yet. Yo, JS, welcome in, bro. I haven't got him yet. In 24 spins, I think we haven't got him. So I'll give you a very, very quick example, lads, right? Depending on the players that you have, okay? We're going to start with these centre-backs and a left-back. And I'm just going to cover one area here, right? I'm just going to cover one area where I can do this. And I'm going to do right-back as well. So I'm just going to bring in a defensive right-back here to show you a slight difference. So somebody like Wan-Bissaka, I'm going to bring him as a defensive right-back, okay? So we're going to have a defensive right-back, we're going to have an attacking left-back, and we're going to have a fullback hybrid. Okay, so we've got every single player here now covered. We have a centre-back that can play right-back. We have a centre-back that can play left-back. We've got another centre-back destroyer here. We'll switch these two out, and we have a build-up, okay? This is kind of the meta, where you're playing 4 centre-backs, but you're playing 2 of them in left-back positions, or you're moving one into a right-back, into a 3-man CB, okay? This is the meta. 3 centre-backs, and then a 4th defender who can play centre-back that you can swap out any which way you want. So, for example, with Saliba or Aldair or any of those, you can swap these out and you can bring in somebody else if you want to go a little bit more attacking or defensive or whatever you want to do. Look, it's very, very interchangeable. Wan-Bissaka can play CB. We can do anything there. Okay? So that's basically how you are going to be training these. But usually if you are playing a right back, I would play a defensive right back and an attacking left back. But that's only me. Depends on the players that you have, because I like Carlos. But we're going to start with that. And then we're going to train up a couple of the players and show you all options. I don't think that you need to mess around with extra frontman. JS, welcome in, bro. I will do Aldair, yeah. You were there for 10 days, but you're going back in November. 10 days was great, but it made me want to live there. That's the problem, man, with the sun, honestly. Like, we get one day of sun here, and the girlfriend is like, oh, will we get out the barbecue? And it's like, promise rain tomorrow. So you're getting down all the patio furniture, you're getting down all the deck chairs, and then it's like raining tomorrow in Ireland. It's terrible. It's terrible, man. I would probably, if you have the coins, I would probably get Pep. I really enjoy playing with Pep. I think he's class. Okay, so next up, we are going to be focusing on our centre-backs. So we've gone for a wide variety of centre-backs here, where we're going to be playing the most popular, right, or doing the progression points for the most popular setup, which is a 4-man CB, where every single one of your players can play as a centre-back, but you have Thuram and Maldini as your tucked-in centre-backs that can also play as a full-back. So in this case, it's going to be Thuram. If we wanted to swap that out here, we can put Maldini into a centre-back position here, like this, and take off Thuram, and then bring on Carlos in as a left-back. Or similarly, we can switch this back out to a right-back and go a little bit more defensive by bringing on somebody like Wan-Bissaka. So that's kind of the options that you have there. Usually when I'm going with a centre-back partnership, I will usually use a destroyer to chase the ball, and a centre-back that's going to be a passive, more build-up kind of, you know, high defensive awareness that kind of controls the line and is controlled by the AI quite a bit. It's kind of repeating the process of you have one ball stopper and one ball winner in midfield with this centre-back partnership. So for this with Thuram here, I'm going to want to raise Thuram's speed, and any of your centre-backs need a minimum, in my opinion, they need at least 85 speed. Now, if you're playing Thuram as a right back, I'll show you a different example with Wan-Bissaka in a second. But this centre-back Thuram is going to be a hybrid that we're going to be training him up, that we can swap on the fly, that if, you know, Aldair is down or we want to put Bergomi out there or Wan-Bissaka out there and move Thuram in here. Thuram is going to be a passive defensive full-back, so he's not going to be as aggressive as a destroyer Aldair. But essentially, if you're training up a defensive full-back, you want his defense to be, his aggression and his tackling to be very, very high. We would probably usually go this high with it to get the aggression to about 90. I would probably go his defensive stats a little bit more than that, actually. Even if you were to go a little bit higher than you normally would. Get his defensive awareness to 90, his defensive engagement to 90, and his tackling to 95. Very, very simple. Thuram is a kind of a rare card because he has no weaknesses. You can get, you know, 4 into acceleration or 3 into acceleration there, and a couple of more into his speed, and you're going to have nearly a 90 speed, you know, 84 acceleration, 85. We can pop one more into this if we want to, and we're going to have 86 speed. That's going to bring up our attacking awareness and our balance to 75, which is going to make a difference. Huge stamina, huge speed. And then the rest, if you want to, you can actually train up his jumping quite a bit if you want to do that. There's no real weakness in this card. Honestly, there's no real weakness in this card if you're training him as a CB. Like, look at the stats that you're going to be having here. 100 tackling, 90 speed, 86 acceleration, 93 stamina, 80 kicking power for clearing the ball, 93 jump, 85 physical contact, 89 heading. You can even go one more with the aerial strength here. He's just a monster of a card. There is no real weakness in this card, lads. That's the problem with all these really, really souped up cards. There is no method to training these cards wrong. You're just picking what you think looks right for the position that you're looking for. So this is a hybrid right back where I'm not going to maximize his speed and acceleration or any of his tight possession or dribbling or anything like that. We could, but I'm going to be playing this Thuram as basically a 4th centre-back, which is what a lot of the top-ranked players do. And he's essentially going to fit in here at home. And then I'll swap this guy out here if I want to do that. For Aldair, it's going to be a very similar process where we're going to be playing him as a centre-back destroyer. What you need with a centre-back and what you need with destroyers is you do need that defending. So once we have the defending up where we want it to be, which is usually about the 95 mark for the tackling, it's 96 there, aggression at 90, we're then going to focus on his speed. So we need to actually put in about 9 into his speed to get that where we want it to go. Or maybe one more, and that's going to bring it to 86 with Pep's build here. Sometimes you get caught with that it doesn't track up right. 85 speed, 73 acceleration. You don't need acceleration as much, but if you play possession, I would definitely pop in 75 speed or acceleration to get that kind of a little bit more zippy to respond to the ball. You'll see a difference between Saliba and Rudiger, which is down to destroyer versus a build-up, but also because Rudiger is a little bit more mobile than Saliba, even though Saliba's got huge speed. Again, with Aldair, there is literally no weakness in Aldair here. You don't need to worry about shooting, passing, or dribbling. Nothing of that. Because once you get the ball with a centre-back that's a destroyer, you're either going to be just blocking the ball and clearing it, or passing it out wide, or hoofing it. That's basically what you need to do. So we could go a little bit more with his aerial here, which I probably would, just to bring that up here. You're going to have 88 jumping, 89 physical contact, 82 heading. And then you can decide where you want to go with that. Yes, you can go to 90 speed with Aldair if you want to, but I probably wouldn't go to 90 speed with him here, because you've got 90 jumping, 90 physical contact, 90 defensive awareness and aggression, and then your tackling is at 96. So if I'm playing Aldair as a destroyer, you can either go a few more into lower body, or you can go one more into defending, and then maybe 2 more into dexterity, which is where I'd probably go with him. I know I said not to use into acceleration, but to be honest, there's nowhere else to train him. What you want to be looking for if you have a centre back that's a destroyer is speed minimum 85, acceleration minimum 75, and then his physical contact, his tackling, his aggression and defensive awareness as close to 90 plus as possible. That is where I would build him. Like if you're looking for Saliba, right? Saliba is going to be a build-up. He doesn't have as many levels. This is the free Saliba, the build-up. A build-up is more passive. Obviously the graphics there that you're seeing, that's kind of describing what the player does. He actually has from the rip 785 speed. But if you put his acceleration at 75, it's not really going to make a difference to this card because the way he's built, because he's just a big lump of a fella. So what you need to do is you need to maximize his defensive awareness here. His defensive awareness, if you pop 10 into that, is going to go all into the 90s with the boost. 91 defensive awareness, 92 tackling, 90 aggression, 90 defensive engagement, 85 speed. So you're definitely on it. But what you need with this player as well is you probably need to get his aerial strength up as much as you possibly can if you want to get those boosts. So physically, he's going to be very, very strong. Jumping is going to be quite decent as well. Acceleration at 75 is enough, but you're looking for a different thing with Saliba here. So his defensive awareness for a build-up is going to be most important. So I would probably go with that route, and then I would probably pop on 1 or 2 more for his acceleration just to get his speed. So you're going to have 88 speed, 94 defensive awareness, 95 tackle, 93 aggression, and 93 defensive engagement. Saliba's real kind of like a go-between because he's got insane speed and brilliant tackling, but he's a free player, so he's not going to reach those heights that somebody like, you know, I don't know, like 102 overall build-up will reach. Maldini, again, he's down as a destroyer, so we're pretty much going to copy Aldair's. Once we have the speed at 85, we're going to just throw the rest of the stats in wherever we need to throw them. So you're going to probably pop maybe about 9 or 10 into lower body, which is going to be 84, 85. That's going to give us a little boost there if we want to do that. And then also, once we have that, we're just going to turn our attentions. He already has 75 acceleration, and then we're also going to just throw in a lot into his defending here. If you're worried about jumping with any player, like jumping doesn't really come into it unless you're playing against somebody that is using a specific target man. And I would say 90% of people don't use knock-ons apart from corners and don't use target men that way. You will very rarely come up against somebody that is using from the rip, that isn't using from the rip on the ground running gun centre forwards. Romario, Saviola, Michael Owen, David Villa. It's very rare that you'll come up against, you know, Shevchenko, Drogba, Cantona, Stoichkov, any of those that are good in the air. Dennis Law is a bit of a go-between because he can do both. But I'm talking about pure target men. You don't need jumping as much because the jumping stat at the moment needs massive work because of the physicality. And I put up clips of Collar losing aerial battles. You still want your jumping to be fairly high and your physical contact to be fairly high. If you want to go that route, you can still go that route with a lot of the cards. But I definitely think jumping, you know, at 85 is enough for where the gameplay is at the moment. Again, across all our centre backs here, starting with Thuram, we've got 90 speed, 100 tackling. We've got 85 speed, 97 tackling. We've got 88 speed with 95 tackling. And we've got 85 speed with 99 tackling. So what you're going to have to do with your destroyers, Alderweireld and Maldini, is control the whole play manually and just defend manually and let him win the ball. Rudiger is another example of that if you wanted Rudiger. Now, some people will ask as well, why not actually flip it and use your centre backs here and have an outlet? This is what I like to do. I probably wouldn't really recommend this as much if you're conceding a lot of goals, but it's similar to this. If you find that you're getting a lot of joy down the wing, you can actually make a change and bring off Maldini or bring off one of your fourth centre backs who's acting as a hybrid fullback and just go balls to the wall with a build like this, where you're going to be getting max acceleration, you're going to be getting max everything. You can still have a bit of defending and still have a bit of stuff going on there, but you are essentially going to be looking to use Roberto Carlos as your outlet. So you'd be defending with a back three and you're using Carlos manually to bring the ball up the pitch. And that's going to link up with, whoever's down your left flank. He's going to be switching across the flanks there. And he's going to be linking up with your three-man midfield. And even putting through balls through to your centre-back. You're not going to be doing that with Maldini. Do you know what I'm saying? Maldini is going to be essentially a fourth-man centre-back that you're going to be attacking with all of these players here. These five. So Hullet, Son, Romario, Messi and Gerrard. And you're going to be defending with five. If you feel like you're on top or you're chasing the game, you feel you're better than an opponent and you know you can score goals, then you can go a little bit more attacking. You're not going to be then worried too much about his aggression or his defending or his tackling. You can get it to a certain degree, but it's going to be mostly about his speed, his acceleration, and getting the ball up the pitch offensively. You're not going to be worried too much about anything else. 99 speed, 99 kicking power, 97 stamina. 85 aggression is more than enough. You can cover every blade of grass. And then I would probably pop the rest into the passing if you want to go that route for crossing in the ball and just switching things up. There's a lot to like about this card. It just depends on how you want to train them up. But that is kind of where I would go with a lot of these cards, is that if they have one role that they're going to be doing, that is where you need to go with it. And it's similar to if you wanted to change Thuram, right, to, be a little bit more aggressive. You could switch Thuram back in there and go to a build-up and a defensive fullback, and then you could bring on somebody like Wan-Bissaka, that even though Carlos is playing as a fullback and Wan-Bissaka is down as a fullback, these are going to be doing very different roles. So we're not too focused on his speed here. We'll get it up to a certain level, right? But what we want to do with Wan-Bissaka is we want to have him as our ultimate defender. So we're going to be throwing in probably 15 into his defending here. Maybe not 15, but close to that. And bring up his tackling and his aggression as high as we possibly can, while still having his speed as high as we possibly can, and his stamina fairly high as well. We don't need passing, we don't need dribbling too much. Dexterity, we can go 8 with that. Lower body, we can go a few bits with that. Aerial strength, we can go a bit with that. Defending, you can still go high with that if you want to. But this Wan-Bissaka is going to be like a very, very defensive fullback, whereas Carlos is going to be a very, very attacking fullback. So it's pick your poison, pick what you want to do. There's a big difference between these two cards. Even though they're both full backs, you can see the discrepancy. Speed, Carlos is going to destroy him. Acceleration, kicking power, because he's going to be attacking. But defensively, Wan-Bissaka has got the stats of a centre back, but the versatility of a full back and the movement of a full back. So that's kind of full backs, centre backs sorted and pairing sorted if you want to stay playing the way that works in the game. You don't need acceleration for CBs, bro. Like all of these centre backs have acceleration. How much more acceleration do you want on a CB? Acceleration doesn't work for mobility. Any player can catch any player defensively now. Do you get what I'm saying? David Villa, I'd only play him through the middle, win. Yeah, fullback finishers, any works. Tio Hernandez works, any of those fullback finishers. But it's the same. Everything applies. Long ball counter, you can afford to be a little bit more attacking, yes, because the defensive line is so deep. Gary, I don't know. People were saying Kaka was coming today. I knew he wasn't coming today. That's why I didn't feature him in my video. But yeah, I don't know, will he come next week? I don't know. I reckon he could come within the month. Yeah, but it's very easy, man. It's very easy to build a squad. It's just about, like, people overcomplicate it. Like, how much more acceleration do you want on a centre-back? What do you need acceleration on a centre-back for? Acceleration is tied to balance and tight possession. Like, why do you need acceleration for a centre back? You should not be running with your centre back unless it's somebody that has got 85. And even at 85 acceleration is more than enough. Vieira, Steven Gerrard, Hullet, none of them have got 85 acceleration off the rip. Yes, your attacking players will have it 84, and 80, but the rest of the players without training them up. You do not need acceleration, man, unless you play very, very, very fluid football, which a lot of people don't. Dracula, welcome in, bro. Dracula, the same applies for all of these players. It doesn't matter what player that you use. It doesn't matter if you have a defensive fullback or an attacking fullback like Otto, right? If you've got a defensive fullback, you are essentially trying to get his speed up as high as possible and his tackling and aggression. Think about what you're trying to achieve with the players. Jermaine, welcome in, bro. I would use 2 destroyers and a build-up if it was me, with 1 in the middle. I would use Saliba in the middle or a build-up in the middle, and then your 2 destroyers. Think of your 2 destroyers as all-rounders, and think of your build-up as a complete old-school centre-back. Don't let the stats confuse you. If Saliba's got 90 speed, there's a difference between Thuram having 90 speed and Saliba having 90 speed because of their play styles. You know? And like winning an evolution, the problem with having a fullback finisher is that the AI does mix up a little bit if you play out wide. Because I use a left and right winger usually and I don't play a central, it's kind of different. But the same rules apply. Any defensive fullback that you have, you can apply this information to Dixon, you can apply this information to Bergomi, you can apply this information to any defensive fullback. Get his tackling and his aggression as high as you possibly can and get his speed to 90. That is essentially what you want to do. Look, we've trained these very similar. Speed, 90. Acceleration is not that, like you're not too worried about it. You think about your breakdown of play. If you attack a lot with your left or right back, then you need your left or right back to have some sort of dribbling and passing and some sort of complete game. But if you don't attack with your left or right backs, you're better off playing either a centre back that can play right back, such as Tomiyasu, Maldini, or Thuram, or Bergomi, or you're better off just boot the ball and get it rid to your players that you want to run with. Do you know what I mean? There's no point if you have Messi in your squad. There's no point making a run with Dixon when he's got like what? 74 dribbling, 78 ball control. When you've got Messi with 100 dribbling, 100 ball control. You know, you have to play to your team's strengths. That's basically where I would go with it. Any of these players are the same. You know? All these players are the same, man. I have Saliba's build up on the channel, bro. I have a video coming on Saliba. But it's if you rewind it back, we have already trained Saliba. But that is what you want to do. It's the same. Bergomi is the same as Wan-Bissaka, is the same as any of these guys. Wan-Bissaka, Dixon. Now, if you've got an attacking fullback, right? If you've got an attacking fullback, such as Trent, right, or Philip Lam, they're going to be slightly different because Trent is an attacking fullback, and even though his aggression is fairly high, we've gone for super lofted pass and stuff like that with him. Gone 6 into passing. So you're showing the same kind of differences between the two of these. You're getting the passing up to about 90, 92, whatever you want to go with that. Diaby build, just put into speed and dribbling, bro. That's all you need. You don't need to complicate it. You're not going to be shooting with Diaby or passing with Diaby. He's run and gun. That's it. Puyol is really good. Yeah, Puyol is one of the players that plays above his stats for a fact. But defensively, even if you put 20 into Trent, right? Yes, you're going to max out his tackling and defending, but you're not going to get the aggression over. Like, there's nothing else you can do with this card. So that tells you that, like, the game is encouraging you to train the cards differently. You know? Any of these cards here that you see, once you get to a certain threshold, that's kind of where you need to limit them. Because I know that, yes, I'm going to be able to defend with Trent, but much like in real life, Trent's strengths are not just defending. If I want a defensive fullback, I'm going to be playing the defensive fullback. I'm not going to play Trent as a fullback with his defending being the main object. Does that make sense? Like, one of the best ever free cards that they released in the game was Costa Corta. And I know a lot of you are asking me for Costa Corta there, right? Costa Corta is definitely one of the best free players in the game that they've released. And I definitely think he's better off suited as a centre-back. He's an amazing card, right? But Costa Corta is still, even though he's down as a defensive fullback, Costa Corta's main strengths lie, in my opinion, as a CB. So yes, while you train him up here, and we've popped 2 into dribbling and 5 into dexterity, 12 into lower body, 6 into aerial strength. Defensively, Costa Corta just has like so many good defensive stats. And, he's also got blocker, interception, man marking. He only doesn't have aerial superiority, Exactly, but that's the thing, I mean, like, because the cards are so good now, you don't need the cards. Every card that's over 100, like Costa Corta, he has no weaknesses. He's 85 plus speed, he's 75 acceleration, he's got tackling that's over 90, defensive awareness over 95, 75 tight possession, 85 plus lofted pass, 89 heading, 86 physical contact. And this is a free card. Like, you can have Saliba, Costa Corta, and Rudiger that are all free, right? Pretty much all free. All of these cards that have been free, man. Like, this is a very, very, very sick team if you wanted to have this. You've got Theo Hernandez here who's a fullback finisher, huge speed, really, really good. I'm basically going through this here. Lucas El Presidente! Thank you, brother. I've been getting a lot of hate lately from members of the community and decided I'll be recusing myself from the scene. Who's giving you hate, Lucas? Who's giving you shit, man? It's not in the chat, I hope. I haven't seen anything in the chat, man. Am I missing messages? Let me go back. Give your GGs to Lucas El Presidente. The presidential campaign for eFootball 2025 is going to be a big one. It's going to be a big one. Who's been giving Lucas shit, lads? Are you trolling, Lucas? Are you trolling me? Because I can't see any messages. I can't see any messages, man, on the channel. If it is the channel, man, I can't see anything here. So maybe... I had an issue, actually, where... I had an issue with... I don't know if you guys seen this, right? But I had an issue where YouTube's auto-modding has gone, like, weird at the moment, man. That, like, if you type in caps lock, even on a YouTube comment, it, like, puts it into, like, a different section of the channel. It's like goes into like for review. So I have to manually go in, click for review and see the messages and then click yes or spam. Now a lot of them are spam, you know what I mean? It's not the channel, it's the community. Oh, the community in general. Well, Lucas, I told you, bro, before, man, and you guys will know this, right? There's a big reason why I stick. There's a big reason why I stick to kind of do my own thing, man. Because listen, there's so much fakeness and there's so much like people saying one thing and then behind your back saying another. People talking out of both sides of their mouth. Sucking you off on Twitter, but then talking shit behind your back. There's so much of that, man, that it can get you down. Honestly, I always have two things in my my goal is to create a community that's full of banter, doesn't take the game too seriously, and is focused on the crack and the banter and having the fun with a video game, and that's all it is. And just doing what we need to do, man, to have that enjoyment, because it's not worth consuming it, man. You're not worth consuming people's opinions, But I genuinely do like the debate and the crack and stuff. But yeah, I mean, some people, man, they're just unbelievable, man. They're just unbelievable the way they carry on. I mean, I could tell you stories, boys, of some people, man, in the community, and it would blow your minds, man. It would blow your minds from the image they've conceived online and the image that they've conceived publicly, as if social media makes a difference, man. As I said, social media and having a following on social media, man, is nothing if you don't have integrity, in my opinion. There's some brilliant guys in the community as well, don't get me wrong. But it's like everything, man. You can't take it too seriously, Nah, Lucas, don't pay any heed, man. Don't pay any heed. There's always going to be people, man, that talk, It's just about chilling, man. There's nothing to this game other than having the crack and having the chill. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. But we're all the same, and it doesn't matter if you stream, or if you do content, or you consume content, or you support content, or you just chill in the background and watch. It doesn't make a difference, man. It doesn't make a difference. Everyone is part of the community here. No one has a bigger opinion than the other. That's it. I haven't watched Ricky's video, man, no. To be honest with you, boss, I don't really watch or consume other people's content. I just don't have time. I genuinely don't have time. Like, I'm friends with all these guys. They're all really, really good guys, man. Well, most of them are good guys. Most of them are good, honest guys. There's obviously some fake people in every community, man. That goes for everything. It's like in working. I work with guys in my real life that I wouldn't go out for a coffee with. That doesn't mean that I can't work with them and do a professional job. But I don't really consume. I talk to Ricky quite a bit because Ricky obviously, was a massive part of Pez Uni before, and he still is. And like all the guys, you know what I mean? I get on with most of the guys, but I just don't have time to consume content. If I'm not doing my own content, I'm switched off from it, But I haven't seen any content on EAFC, man. That's the thing. I haven't seen it, man. I haven't seen Ricky's video on it. But I know Ricky is pissed off. I've spoken to Ricky about it. And I've said this to Ricky as well, man. Ricky is a guy that, like, the game has kind of moved on from Ricky, I think, because he doesn't like the online aspect of it. And I kind of go back to this before. It's like, my father liking the old Star Wars compared to liking he just hates the new Star Wars. He just can't get into the new Star Wars, even though he would have loved the older ones. You know what I mean? It's like, it just goes in swings and roundabouts, It's just life, man. That's what it is, That's what life is. If somebody has an opinion to give, it's always warranted. If somebody has an opinion and they say, oh, Barry, I respect your opinion, but I wouldn't train Costa Curta like that. Fine, then you come at me and you say, look, how would you train Costa Curta? Because everyone has an opinion. But just because you have an opinion that you believe in, and I have an opinion that I believe in, and they're miles apart, it doesn't mean that we can't get on and mutually respect each other, I'm not going to be ringing my girlfriend and saying, Dimitri was in the chat earlier saying that my Costa Curta build was bad. My girlfriend would laugh at me. She'd be like, Barry, it's a video game. Stop being pathetic. You know what I mean? Like, yes, we can love the game and be passionate about wanting to improve it. But at the end of the day, man, everyone has an opinion. And when you put out content or you have a public platform, you can't get offended by it, And Luke is obviously, there's massive support on the channel, man. As I said, we've lots of stuff planned. The collar antics, the filth antics, massive support across the channel all the time. And the biggest thing is that it's just banter. It's just crack, the good crack now, not the bad crack. I was talking to somebody the weekend, right? And I was being introduced to somebody, and she is, what nationality is she? She's South African or Canadian? I think she was Canadian. I'm not too sure. And I said, "What's the crack with you?" And she thought I was asking about her arse. She didn't understand. I was like, "What's the crack with you?" And she honestly thought I was chatting her up or something, because she didn't understand the way I was talking. Because we'd say in Ireland, "How's the crack?" or "How's the form?" We'd say "Well, what's the crack? How's the form with you?" or "What's your crack?" or whatever. It's not actually asking about their arse. It's basically saying "Well, how's things? How are you? How are things going? How you doing?" All of that, But we say it "What's the crack? How's the crack?" It's not asking. So if I ask any of you guys what's the crack, I'm not asking about your backsides. Okay, back to business, boys. We've already covered centre backs and right backs and left backs and all of that, okay? So I'm going to take a look at a double pivot, a single pivot, and then a box-to-box. So we've got Hullet, who's a creative, Gerrard, who's a box-to-box, Vieira, who's a destroyer. Marwan, I've already played probably about 500 or 600 hours worth on stream. You can go back and watch to your heart's content, man. You'll never watch it all. What you say about people telling people they talk shit and blocking them on Twitter in games that everyone playing, not an offensive at all. I mean, Arrow, I can't speak on anyone. How, if somebody wants to block somebody on Twitter, man, it's up to them, man. It's up to them. I don't ever, honestly, Arrow, I let people do them on Twitter, man. If you watch somebody enough with a closed mouth, you will see the real type of person that they are. That's it, man. In every walk of life, you will. If you watch enough, and you listen more than you talk, and you watch and you let somebody be them, they will always show you who they are as a person, man. I don't judge anybody on social media, man, that blocks anybody, because you have to control your own space. Me personally, I could care less what somebody thinks of me. And I don't say that in a bad way, that I'm 100% happy when I look in the mirror, that I'm happy with who I am. Of course, I have a lot of insecurities and a lot of things that I want to improve upon. Of course. But I don't if somebody has a difference of opinion on me, the only thing I don't let cross the line is if somebody's abusive with me or if somebody's in the chat or racist. That's the two things that are a big no-no for me. Somebody wants to come at me and say that I'm terrible, that I got smacked in the last game, that I'm not a top 10,000 player in the world. It's water off a duck's back. But I personally made the decision myself on the channel up until this point not to block anybody. Somebody can come in here and they can chat. They can do what they want, man. And they can, you know, slag me and say that, like, oh, I could be a better streamer than you. I'm better at the game than you. I could be a professional. You know, they stream snipe you and they're literally, you know, at home. Oh, I have to beat Barry now. Jesus, my whole life would be complete if I beat him in Dream Team. Like, you know what I mean? I actually don't mind that at all. Because people have different goals in what they want to achieve from playing video games. My goal is to have a bit of crack and to be as an escape and to build a community. So I don't block people, but I can see why some people do. Honestly, some people just don't even want to deal with it. You know, like I'll go back with somebody, I'll have a difference of opinion and I'll say like, look, you know, it's like when somebody comes to my channel, right? And they'll say, oh, you know, you buy all the cards. And they don't actually realize that probably 60% of my channel and my content is for free to play. I cover all the cards. I don't just do reviews on the coin cards, which gets more views. I do videos on every single card, even if they're not going to be a popular video. It's not just about views with me. It's about covering all of it, you know? Ter Stegen, lads, any mention of Ter Stegen from now on is just an auto ban. It's a timeout. You know? I used to swear a lot as well. Reza, I'll show you emotional. Hold on now a second. I'll show you emotional. Here's being emotional. How dare you, Reza? How dare you? See, it's easy to time out people, man. It's very easy. These fingers are not just good for one thing. They're good for multiple things. And Reza just found out that he got a little smack on the booty. So if you want to get another smack on the booty, Reza, come at me, bro. Come at me. But no, I joke. Don't take it personally, Reza. I apologize, man. I apologize. That's just a little bit of a smack on the booty, you know? That's just a little bit of a smack on the booty, man. Danny, I don't know, did I block you, bro? But if I did block you, it was probably because you got abusive. I could count on one hand the people I've blocked off the channel. And I don't think the fact that you're able to write a message in my live stream is not, it kind of goes, kind of like makes the argument that you're not blocked, I would say. You know? If you were blocked, I don't think you'd be able to... Hold on, I'll look up a tutorial, man. I'll Google. If a person is blocked, can they write a message on YouTube? No. So the lights are on, Danny, but is there anyone home, bro? Come on. If you were blocked, you wouldn't be able to type, man, unless it's a different account. And if it is a secondary account, then that probably adds to the fuel as to why you were blocked. And it probably wasn't me, man. It probably wasn't me that blocked you, because I have mods to do that if it is getting abusive. And also, I told you, YouTube have this new thing now. I've had people that have actually put in genuine comments where they've like capitalized certain... I had a guy like the other day that's like, I won't mention because you're in the chat, but one of your messages came in and you would capitalize one of the words in the thing. And it was actually in the review. It was actually in one of the review sections. So when I go into YouTube, you can see published and then you can see held for review, you know? Well, I don't think I've blocked anybody. I could safely say if I have blocked somebody, it probably could have been one of my mods, or else it could have been auto-blocked on Twitter. Or not on Twitter. I don't know about Twitter. No, you're not blocked, eFootball Addict. Anyone that can type here is not blocked, bro, because I don't have anyone blocked, man. I don't have anyone blocked, you know? As far as I know, I don't have anyone blocked. Unless somebody is like all that YouTube does is they just hide the comments if they're abusive. That's all they do. I don't even need to see them unless I go into a specific section of YouTube. But I haven't blocked anyone as far as I know, man. All right, let's go, man. We're going to go back. We're going to go back again. Well, it always comes back, man. Karma always comes back around. It might take years. It might take years, but it always comes back around, man. Nobody's perfect. Like, let's get back to the gameplay, man. Let's get back to the gameplay. No, I don't even think that's it, Active Dan. But honestly, I don't know when YouTube brought this thing in where they actually auto-flag messages now. So sometimes if there's a link, so if somebody sends me a message and there's a link to like something, right? So if somebody's like, hey Barry, check out this video, I won't see the comment. It'll go into like hell for review. If any of you guys have got a YouTube channel, you'll know what I'm talking about. Best keeper is check, in my opinion. All right, lads, we're going to move on, okay? Oh shit, hold on. All right, we're going to move on. We're going to kind of focus now on our defensive setup, right? So we're going to do two options. The first is going to be a very simple double pivot, which a lot of people are no longer using, with an attacking midfielder right here. And then the second one is going to be just a single pivot where we have a one holding. So in my opinion at the moment, I would say that the double pivot is slightly outdated, just a little bit. It's not massively outdated. But what you need to have is a double pivot here, which is a DMF, which is going to be an anchorman, and either a DMF or a CMF, that's going to be a destroyer or else a box-to-box. So for example here, we could put Vieira in there, we could also put Steven Gerrard in there. It doesn't really make a difference what DMF or CMF we have, as long as we're playing him as a linkman. So what I mean by a linkman is, we are going to be defending with our anchorman, and we're going to be linking all these forward with this. So if you're playing a double pivot, you need to defend as a 5 with your anchorman and your CBs and your right backs or whatever, and you need to attack with a 5, which is going to be your attacking midfielder, your centre midfielder carrying the ball, passing and dribbling, and getting back in defensive duties as well. But the main objective is to get the ball through to these. Any other play style we'll cover in a second, but this double pivot here of box to box or destroyer are doing pretty much the same role, okay? So for example, my main kind of guys at the moment are going to be Vieira and probably Steven Gerrard for that role, and then Rijkaard for a holding. If you are playing a single pivot, I would recommend using an all-rounder like Vieira, which a lot of the top guys are doing. For Rijkaard, it's very, very simple. You're following the same path as a CB training. So you're going to be getting high defending, you're going to be getting a good bit of physical contact, and you're also going to be getting his speed up fairly high as well. So this is basically where you're going to go with it. 85 speed, physical contact over 85 as well, high stamina. You're also going to have his aggression and his tackling quite high. So we would probably pop in another maybe 4 into this, maybe 5, it depends if you're going for that route. We would probably pop in that there as well. Now you've got all his defensive stats pretty decent, his low pass, his tight possession pretty decent, his speed pretty decent. If you're playing a DMF here, I would also recommend maybe pop in and have 75. You're basically copying the same system here. Look, if you look at the system here, you're basically putting your anchorman as an extra centre back, right? You're not really focused too much on his passing, his tight possession. You can counteract that with player skills such as low lofted, such as true and weighted pass. You've got your low pass at 80. You've got your head and your physical contact. Very similar to a centre back. You know, the stamina is going to be one thing we need to train up with Rijkaard here to get his speed up a little bit higher, but his acceleration is going to be pretty decent at that, and we still have room to grow with this card, right? So we're literally just going to be using this card to sit in front of our CBs. He's going to be here when we have no possession. That's basically what we're going to do with him. That is essentially what we're going to have, and then we're going to use Vieira to bring the ball forward, right? This Rijkaard here has no real weakness. So if we pop 3 more into his aerial strength, or even 2 more into his aerial strength, we're going to get some good speed here, and we're going to probably pop 1 more in here to his defense. And then I would say we could pop a few more into his passing if we want to go that route, or else we could go with the jump. Like, I know I'm kind of contradicting myself by saying you don't need jump, but I still do like having 90 jump for your DMF. This is a phenomenal card. Absolutely phenomenal card. Now, there's 2 things you can also do with your DMF if you're playing a double pivot. And there are 2 things that I would recommend if you are playing a team play style that is not long ball counter. If you're playing long ball counter, you can skip this step because your defensive line is going to be automatically super deep. So Rijkaard is going to get back and you're going to want to keep players push forward. It's a deep sitting defensive line. If you're playing quick counter, possession game, or out wide, I would recommend to use this, which is going to be an individual instruction, and it's going to be deep line on Rijkaard there for your defensive one, and it's going to be defensive on here. Now, there is one issue that comes from this as well, is that when you are using deep line with defensive, you kind of have to let your centre backs, you have to control one centre back or else your DMF at all times when you're defending manually, because there is a gap that's left here in the little section between your centre backs and your DMF that they won't isolate the same space. They will keep out of each other's way. So that can actually create more space if you are using that. And really top class players, I'm talking like the top 500 in the world, will be able to exploit that if you don't do it. Also with that as well, I would, if you're playing a destroyer centre back, if Costa Corta or whichever destroyer you're playing, if that's Maldini or if it's Rudiger, any of your destroyer centre backs while we're talking individual instructions, I will put defensive on that as well. It just keeps the player from pushing forward. That's all it does. If you're playing long ball counter, you can actually have Vieira with attacking if you want to go that route. But for that, I would 100% put defensive on Rijkaard and deep line on Rijkaard, because you're going to be defending with a 5, you're going to be attacking with a 5. And that's where your goals are going to come from and your goals are going to be stopped from. You're going to be conceding less with that if you're playing anything. If you're playing long ball counter, I would go the other route. It's simple as that. And also with this, with Vieira, if you are using Rijkaard in this and defending with 5, I would put Vieira as a little bit more attacking. Yes, you can go really, really high with the defending. But again, what are we going to go for here? Physical contact, speed. We're going to get that speed up to about 85. We're going to get his dexterity up to about 85. And this build is going to be our launch pad for it. So now we've got 90 aggression, 85 speed, 85 acceleration. Physical contact is really nice. Stamina is really nice. We need a little bit more ball winning with this guy and a little bit more ball playing. So we can do that if we want to. We can actually go with tight possession. We can bring the lower body back up as well a little bit and still pop one more into defending, because we know we're playing a secondary role with him. Defensively, you're not going to get him as attacking as this if you want to get his defense higher than 91 aggression or 95 tackling. That's more than enough in my opinion, because you're using him as a double role. Now, if you are using Vieira as a single pivot, right, which a lot of people are now doing, and they're pushing an attacking midfielder up here, or else they're even going like this and going central, right? If you're doing that, this Vieira build kind of changes, because you need to be able to cover a bit more ground with him. So you're not going to need to focus too much on the dexterity. You're going to have the lower body here, which is going to be this, right? So you're going to have 85 speed. You're going to maybe pop one more into acceleration just to bring that up to the 80, just to round it off and get it nice and proper there. The balance, I would like to balance at 70, but we'll see for the time being. I'm not too concerned about that. Physical contact, I'm probably going to go maybe about 4 into that and see where we land. Are we going to get the 90 we are with Guardiola? Jumping at 75, we'll look at that in a second. But mostly what we're going to be doing here is not focusing on passing, dribbling, or dexterity. The rest of the skills are going to passing or are going to go into defending. How high can we go on the defending? Probably we're okay with that. That's probably where we'll go with it, I would say, is around that mark, which is 16 or is 12 into defending. That's going to give us 99 tackling, 95 aggression, 91 defensive engagement, and 86 defensive awareness, 85 speed, 80 acceleration. And then if we want, we have the physical contact up. If we want to go any higher than that, it just depends on what style of player that you want to have. We've still got 18 points. So we can actually get the dexterity up 1 to bring his balance up to 70 if we want to go that route. And if we want to, we can bring his jumping up a little bit as well. But I would potentially probably, if I'm using him as my single pivot, I would potentially probably bring up his speed. So when you bring up the speed here to this, that's going to put you, 90 speed. That's going to put him into a really nice separation. A lot of people have questioned this build with the 90 speed. Trust me on this build with Vieira, lads. This Vieira as a single pivot, I think is the best player in the game. With the 90 speed and the 99 tackling, I think this is the build. Honestly, I genuinely think this is the best card in the game, even better than Rijkaard. And you still have, with the tight possession and the low pass, you still have 2 into passing to get him to the 80. You've got your tight possession at 81 and his low pass at 80. Kicking power at 85, he'll be able to spray balls around. And any weakness he has as a single pivot here, you throw true passing and blocker on him, he can link all the attack and play while still being deep. And of course, we're just going to go back to our tactics here. Individually, we're going to leave that on our destroyer. I know that Costa Corta is not a destroyer, but we're just going to switch this with Vieira. And then we're going to be replacing this with Vieira as well. Any player that you have in that role is going to be similar. So that's kind of your 2 double pivot and a single pivot, right? Then what we do is, if you wanted to, right, there's a lot of questions that people are going to ask about orchestrators and about build-up and about any of those, right, box-to-box or whatever. I've already covered box-to-box with the Destroyer. Destroyer and box-to-box are pretty much the same. Orchestrator is going to be a slightly different thing, right? If you're using an orchestrator, you will not have as much defensive capabilities with him. Like Albertini is a good example there. Camavinga is a good example there. The new Modric. Say for the new Modric, if we're using the new Modric, right? And you've got your heart set on using an orchestrator instead of a whole player. I would only ever play Modric in this role. I wouldn't play him defensively, where he's gonna, carving out a little bit of defensive capabilities. Because you can play Hullet there, and Hullet will have more than enough to defend. He's got 74 in pretty much everything. But we can train that up quite easily. Very, very easily. This Modric card here, you're going to have 29 levels, right? No matter what you do with this Modric card, you're not going to be able to get him up to the level that you need to be competing at a top class level in terms of playing him above a box-to-box or a Destroyer. Now, if you're playing a single DMF, I would recommend using a whole player for the runs that the player IDs make with an orchestrator. With a box-to-box. So I would have, a box-to-box or a Destroyer, which is going to be Vieira if you're playing a single pivot. And then I would have a kind of a complete creative here. This is going to be an orchestrator and a creative player. Classic number 10 would be similar to orchestrator and basically just be able to kind of run into the box. But you see with Modric straight away, no matter what you do with Modric, lads, you're never going to be able to make him all-rounder. Even if you put 19 of his points into this, it's not a bad card, but it's like, why would you train this card to only have 80 aggression and 67 speed because nothing else has gone into anything? You don't need to. So if you are looking to be a bit more aggressive from an attacking midfielder point of view or an orchestrator, I would definitely play him as a deep passer. That is kind of where I would go with him. So I would pop maybe 4 or 5 into passing, bring that lofted pass up to 90, bring his low pass to 94. You could pop one more in if you wanted to. We're going to pop 3 into tight possession and dribbling. That's going to bring us up to the 90 mark for ball control, 91 for tight possession with the boost. And then the rest of the stats, I'm probably going to just train up his dexterity. We're probably going to go 12 and 12 here. And that's basically going to finish off this card for us. Yes, we can do a bit of shooting as well, but you're not going to be shooting as much as Modric. He's a passer. So now you've got 90 ball control, 91 tight possession, 90 lofted pass, 98 balance, 85 attacking awareness, 85 acceleration, and 88 kicking power. That's as good as you're probably going to get an orchestrator. Same applies for a classic number 10. Same applies for any of those players. You're going to be picking your poison with them. Like, if you are looking for an orchestrator that is going to be, like, let's just say, right, Albertini, right? Albertini as an orchestrator is very, very decent. He pretty much has every stat that you could possibly want. He can play DMF. Pirlo is another great example. That is an orchestrator, but is more like an all-rounder. I would think of an orchestrator that is over 100 rating, like Pirlo and Albertini. They're not even orchestrators. They're like all-rounders. They can do everything. They're like Roger Federer in tennis. They can do everything, And that's the thing. There's no weaknesses with these cards. You can train up Albertini very, very nicely here, even though we've given him 9 into defending and 10 into lower body, 8 into dexterity and dribbling. This is going to give you a card that has got 95 plus ball control, 90 plus tight possession, low pass and lofted, set piece and curl. Everything in the 80s for his defense, 90 acceleration, 85 speed, 90 stamina. And that is as Pirlo-esque as you can get. But if you are using a card like this, it's more about creating kind of a little kind of triangle with your 3-man midfield. So it's more about kind of having a little back 5 here, including Vieira as your single pivot, and then obviously having your 2 kind of all-rounders. One to finesse the ball through and one to power the ball through. One to run and defend and do it all like Hullet, and one to be able to finesse the ball through like Modric. And that's basically where you go. Same with a creative playmaker. You're replacing Hullet with a creative playmaker here. You can put in Gerrard. It doesn't matter. The same rules apply. With Steven Gerrard here, you're going for an all-rounder. And if you even auto-allocate, which I don't usually do, on this Steven Gerrard card, you're getting a really good, apart from the defending being way too high because he's down as a CMF here, he's going to be a really good defensive player while still having 88 speed and 79 acceleration. I would probably train him up slightly different than that, just because I feel like that defending is too much. But if you put 8 into defending, you put 8 into lower body, you put 8 into dex, you put maybe, I would probably okay with the tight possession at like 80 that, and then the rest into passing. You could go like that even without the finishing, and you'll have a very decent card. 90 lofted pass, 92 defensive awareness, 84 aggression, probably 88 speed and 83 acceleration. But what you're going to want to do is basically carry the ball with Gerrard, if that makes sense. This is going to be your passing, front man, and this is going to be your all-rounder, getting back to mop up this area right here, and also being able to bring the ball forward here, being able to shoot, pass, dribble, cross, everything. Now, I prefer doing a squad like this, where I have a very simplified version of the team, and I would probably play Makelele. So I would have one holding DMF and then one chasing DMF. If I'm training up a destroyer to chase the ball, it's going to be slightly different than a blocker. So yes, I can go very, very high with the aggression and the tackling, but it's going to be more about his speed and just being rapid on the ball. So for example, with Makelele here, Makelele is going to have 92 acceleration, 90 speed, 101 stamina, every defensive stat into the 90s, and then the rest of his stats is going to be like here, if you're going for this, and the passing. Like, it's a very, very solid build. Very solid build there. But Makelele is doing a different role. He's carrying the ball forward. Even though he can't play as a CMF, he's going to play as a DMF. I'm manually carrying the ball forward, Makelele. And then, of course, you can just swap these out very easily, and you can have Vieira carry the ball forward and just train Vieira's speed a little, or his attacking abilities a little bit different. That's basically the best formation for possession, in my opinion, where you've got a holding, you've got a blocking and a holding that's going to fill in as a backman here into the 5 when you're in possession, out of possession. And then you're attacking with a 5 that can do it all. Cover every blade of grass, height, strength, physicality, speed, power, passing, dribbling, shooting, everything. Vieira has only got 65 shooting, but with stunning shots, you don't need to, because you're going to be passing off to Albertini here, or you can play Stevie G here. If you're playing Stevie G in this position here as an attacking midfielder, you're just upping his finishing. That's all you're doing. You're upping his finishing and taking away a little bit from his passing and stuff like that. Finishing at 75, I would probably go a little bit more and less defending. But it depends on what players you're training. But that's basically your 3-man midfield. A lot of people actually like the classic number 10s. So just to round that off with the classic number 10, we have Hole Player and classic number 10. Hole Player is very, very nice, but Hole Players are covered in a lot of, there's a lot to like about the Hole Players. But if you are playing a classic number 10, which has been buffed, it's all about getting shots on target. If you don't shoot, I wouldn't play a classic number 10. If you don't want your attacking midfielder bombarding forward into the 6-yard box, looking for simple tap-ins, I wouldn't use a classic number 10. If you want a Hole Player, it's going to be similar. Hole Player is kind of like a winger in the middle of the pitch. That's basically what they are. So any of these, Honus, Cruyff. This Cruyff is a really nice card because you can train in multiple ways. If you look at that. 90 speed, 96 acceleration, 95 balance. He's got the passing, he's got the lofted pass, he's got everything. It's all about the runs. If you let the players make the runs, they will do a lot of the work for you, a Hole Player in a classic number 10. But I definitely think that the double pivot here is where you want to go. And if you look at a lot of the top players in the game at the moment, even the top rank or the top 2 ranks or whatever, right? If you look at a lot of the way that these set up their system, it's usually either one holding, like what we just replicated there. You've got Rodri as a holding, getting back, defending as a 5. 4 centre-backs, and Rodri is a 5th centre-back. You go into the next setup, you're going to have a very similar setup here, right? You're going to have a very similar setup here. You've got your 4 centre-backs, and Davids and Kimmich are going to be a double pivot. So it's either going to be one single pivot, one single holding, all-rounder, or a double pivot. That's basically where it's at now at the moment. And I would say that the double pivot is kind of making a slight comeback because the game is so centre-based. If you look at any of the centre-based here, top 5 in the world, this guy, Belvone 88, he's using Vieira as a single pivot with Modric and Kaká. And again, he's got a 4-man centre-back. So that is essentially what you're going to be looking at there from your setup, no matter what you do, is either a single pivot or a double pivot. If you're using a single pivot, you can get a little bit more extravagant and defend as a little bit more flat. And you could take out Makelele and you could bring in, an orchestrator and a box-to-box, or you could bring in, somebody like Steven Gerrard or any of those all-rounders. Box-to-box, Barella is a really good player as well. Any of those that can do it all. If you want to go that route, you can go a little bit more extravagant because you're going to be chasing the ball around with one player and having a lot of defense. You're going to be holding with another player and blocking all the passing lanes with the long Vieira or Rijkaard. If you don't have any of the paid players or the kind players, Zakaria is a good option. Rodri's a good option, GP. But yeah, that is kind of the midfield positions covered. Wingers and left midfielders will cover with that section next. I'll tell you, Blue Machine, I went back and forward. Noah, it was with Noah, actually. Noah's in the chat. I went back and forward with Noah about the Vieira build. I'm just telling you straight up, right? Unless you have tried this Vieira build with 90 speed, it's broken, man. I'm telling you. Forget about what you know about Vieira. Forget about what you know about the card. This 90 speed Vieira is on a different level with the 101 stamina. I'm just telling you, it's a different level. It's unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable. I will do a build of Neymar. Yeah, I will do a build of Neymar. He's unreal, man. I played with this Vieira with 90 speed and it was a new build. It was a new build, honestly, and we got to like, what, 69th in the world? Last Thursday or 2 Thursdays ago, whenever the update was. And he was literally just dominating midfield. Everything. Dominating midfield. He was just unbelievable, covering every blade of grass. Because what a lot of things that go unnoticed is, not all stats at 90 are created equally. So aggression at 95 is different than aggression at 90. But kicking power at 95 is not different to kicking power at 85. Yeah, exactly, Blue Machine. It's like he's on speed, man. Noah, just try it, brother. Just try it, because you had some brilliant points on Vieira, and I know you're very knowledgeable about the game. But we had a good back and forth with it, man. There was a lot of respect there, obviously. You had a really good opinion. I had a really good opinion. But this guy, for me, I just genuinely think Vieira is the best card, you know? He's just unbelievable. The 90 speed seems to unlock even more aggression with his AI. Now, I also think it's coupled with the 95 aggression and 99 tackling. It's this specific build. I just think it's the ultimate build. And I've talked to a lot of guys about this card. It's the 90 speed, 90 physical contact, 100 plus stamina, 99 tackling, and 95 aggression. Because most people, when they're training Vieira, they pop in a few into dribbling and they pop in a few into passing and dexterity. I haven't. I literally have 2 into dexterity and passing, and the rest are 15 into lower body, 4 into aerial, and 12 into defending. And I hadn't seen this build that often before I'd used it. And I just said, you know what, I'm going to try a 90 speed Vieira. And he was absolutely unbelievable. That's kind of midfield, backs, everything. Blue Machine, Araujo, I would build him the exact same as any other build-up. He already has blister and pace as it is, like Saliba. So I would get his speed to 90, his acceleration to 75, and then I would bring up his defense and his physical contact as high to 90 as possible. Vieira carryover is good, yeah. Rijkaard as a single pivot DMF is not going to have the speed active Dan of Vieira. Vieira is just a different beast. He's just a different beast. If you're using Rijkaard in this with the 88 speed, to get his 75 acceleration, you can't have it any higher than that. Do you get me? Exactly, Unknown. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Now, what you could do with this card as well is with Rijkaard, if you want to get the 90 speed, you need to go, what, 11 into it or 10 into lower body? So if you go 10 into this, you will get, or sorry, 11 into this, right? And I think 4 into dexterity, because you need to have the, or is it 5 into dex? Yeah, so if you go with this build here, 90 speed with Rijkaard, I think the problem with Rijkaard away from Vieira is, even though they've got extremely similar stats, tight possession, all of that sort of stuff, I just feel with Vieira, he's just a lot more mobile. I don't know how to explain it. I honestly don't know how to explain it, but it probably, it's hard to know. It's hard to know because, like, if you look at the stats here with Rijkaard and Vieira, I know he's not trained up, but if you just look at speed at 90, 90 each. Acceleration, Vieira is going to have the 80 acceleration. 75 versus 81 is not a massive difference, and you could even get that up if you wanted to with Rijkaard, right? Low pass is 80 the same, tight possession, they're around the same. Ball control, they're around the same, dribble. They're pretty identical cards. But Vieira as a destroyer and his aggression and his defensive engagement and everything, his tackling, is just on another level. Because even if you train up Rijkaard, right? If you train up Rijkaard here and max out his defense, say we go 12 into his defense, you're not going to get that aggression up as far. You'll get it to 94, but you won't get it like, well, let me see if we go one more. Now the card becomes a little bit more similar. So if you look at Vieira there, right? Vieira's got 101 stamina versus Rijkaard's 96. Not a big difference. 93 defensive awareness versus 86. Rijkaard takes it by 7. 91 tackling by 99. Vieira is still plus 8 on that. Aggression is identical. And defensive engagement, Rijkaard's actually plus 5 on that. I just feel like this actually is a showcase for the players and how they operate in the game and the build-up. Like, a double pivot Rijkaard, there is no better player in the game as a holding DMF than Rijkaard. But as a single pivot, Vieira, I think, is the best card in the game. Does that make sense? Because you can still get Rijkaard even higher than that if you want to. You can train him up higher. You're not going to be able to get him into the level of Vieira for a lot of these stats, but you just have a lot of these, man. He's not much better than the Barca Villa. No, I wouldn't spin for Villa. Let me check how many we have. We've 182 likes, lads. If we get to 200, I'll do one cheeky spin for Villa. Because we got donos from the last stream as well. Exactly, Anthony. Yeah, exactly. There's no missions for Beckenbauer until next week. I never spun for the edge crossers. No, I don't think. Yeah, but the rolls, honestly, Eddie, the rolls don't make a big difference, man. The rolls do not make a big difference. 90 speed makes a huge difference. Any alternative? Regine, I already did do 2 alternatives for Vieira. I did actually 2 alternatives. A defensive single pivot, holding, and a kind of more all-rounder. This is the build for Hernandez that we've done. 85 acceleration, and then the rest of the stats. 0, 0, 4, 2, 8, 0, 16, 0, 0, 0. I'll do builds at the end because I want to do kind of review your squads as well. All right, we're going to move on to wingers, lads. Okay? We're going to move on to wingers. Now, listen, when you've got players like Messi and Romario and all those, there is nothing that you can do that's going to be out of sort, so to speak, right? So we're going to actually show you, like, I'm going to bring on one more winger here, which is going to be Forlan, maybe. And I'm also going to bring on Drogba. And I'm going to go through these very, very quickly, okay? So, we're going to have all our strikers or our wingers here, right? And the only player I don't have, I'm going to leave Michael Owen here. And I'm going to take off Makelele, and I'm going to bring on another left winger. That's going to be a crossing winger. But crossing at the moment is in the bin, lads. It's in the bin, honestly. We'll bring on Luby, even though he's down to the trekking line. All these cards are going to be similar, right? All these cards. Forlan, Shevchenko, all of these cards are going to be a similar build. I can put in Shevchenko instead of Forlan. They're going to be similar cards anyway. This Messi is the same. Well, I'll leave this Messi on because he's kind of like an out wide option. Okay? So, if we're looking at wingers, and if you're playing either the meta, which is 3 tucked in strikers, or 2 center forwards and a SS, or if you're playing an out wide formation, right, where you're playing a left winger, or else you're playing 2 inside as a double pivot. A lot of people are now using something like this, where they'll go like with 1 small, 1 tall. So you can have a target man inside, such as Rummy or Drogba or Shevchenko, an all-rounder, with somebody that's mobile and versatile. So you've got a double pivot attack with an overloaded left wing, or else you can play an overloaded right wing, or whatever you want to do. It doesn't make a difference. But usually most people are playing 3 central figures in the middle. Just for argument's sake, we're going to cover everything. We're going to cover an out wide cut in. We're going to cover an out wide crossing. We're going to cover an SS triple threat up front. And we're going to cover a target man and a run and gun. So when I say run and gun, we are going to be talking about Romario, but we're also going to be throwing in Michael Owen into the same scenario, and we're going to be throwing in somebody like Dennis Law, who can do it all. Run and gun on the ground, or Saviola. It doesn't make a difference. It literally does not make a difference, right? Drogba is going to be our target man. Rummy is going to be our all-rounder, and Shevchenko is going to be all-rounder. There's 3 types of strikers in the game, right? There is a pace, cut in and shoot, such as Son. There is a mobile run and gun, such as Romario, Saviola, Michael Owen, the new David Villa. Then there is an all-rounder, such as Shevchenko /target man. Shevchenko, Drogba, Collar, Somebody that can shoot the minute they get the ball. You're not going to be running and gunning with them. Because if you look at the stats, the discrepancy between a Romario and a Shevchenko, even though they're both, like if I just reset Shevchenko here, which we're going to be doing, and I compare them from their base levels, like no matter how you train Shevchenko, you are not going to get the mixture of stats with Romario from Shevchenko. And that's because Shevchenko is way taller, he's way stronger, he's not as agile, he's not as run and gun, he's not as pick and pop, he's not whatever you want to say here. Finishing is going to be identical or very close. Tight possession, +9 from Romario. You've also got the acceleration is similar, but the speed, Shevchenko is going to be way faster than him, but Romario will still handle a lot better and more mobile. So that's where stats come into it. It's AI, player style, player ID, everything like that. And then obviously you can circumvent a lot of that with the player skills. We've given Romario double touch, flip flap and soul control for ball roll. You can do that with Shevchenko as well if you want to give him flip flap and double touch, but Shevchenko is going to handle it in a different way. And then again, that gap widens even more if you were to replace Shevchenko with the likes of Drogba, because Drogba is obviously not going to be able to have that balance or tight possession anywhere near Romario. So if you are training a target man, we'll start with the most boring one of all, which is not boring, but it's very easy to train a target man. I know a lot of people like Drogba. I do too, but I don't think that he's kind of like the meta in the game at the moment. Mainly because crossing at the moment is completely busted. You literally cannot cross on a consistent basis to your target man at the moment. Yes, he's big and strong. Yes, he can bang the goals in wherever he wants, but tight possession and balance is going to kill him. You'll see the balance there. That even if we get this up to, say, 75, the dexterity, or even pop 3 more in to get the balance up and max out his attack and awareness, that's a bigger stat. 80 acceleration is pretty decent. Physical contact is pretty decent off the rip. Jumping, we're probably going to pop 3 into that. So that's going to give us a 90 jump, 95 physical contact, 91 jump I should say. And then also on top of that, the 90 finishing is going to be more than enough. But no matter what we do, we're not going to be able to train up his tight possession as high as we need it. And we're not going to be able to train up. Well, like the tight possession going to that is pretty decent. But we're not going to be able to have his speed or his dexterity up to the levels that we need it. If that makes sense. So you're going to have 79 speed, 78 acceleration, or the other way around. 80 speed, 80 stamina roughly, 80 acceleration. But the big key with having a target man goal poacher or a target man, actual target man, is that the minute you get the ball, you're either going to be just pressing square to shoot, or you're going to be laying it off for somebody else to shoot. It's a target man. So that's why I don't really recommend these target men at the moment, unless you're playing a double pivot with one versatile player up front. A lot of people are now using 3 all-rounders up front that can shoot, score, pass, dribble, move, versatile. It's very rare that you'll come up against somebody using a target man effectively, consistently. Yes, you can do it, of course, if you're a really good player. But I would probably go with that. And then I would just probably max out the rest of his heading, because there's nowhere else to really put it. Shooting at 90 more is going to be not that big of a deal. Dribbling, you're not going to get that much higher than that. You've already maxed out his attack and awareness, so you don't need any more than that. You don't need passing. You don't need any more speed. The dribbling, you could pop that in, and you could also pop in maybe 1 more into jump. That's going to pretty much max out his physical contact, his jumping and his heading, with finishing at 90, speed and acceleration at 80 and 80. But they don't really work at the moment. That's why I'm not going to spend too much time on them. For Romario, you can insert Owen, Saviola, the new David Villa, any of them cards, right? Mbappe to a certain degree. What the difference is between these cards is the fact that they just train up so well that you're able to hit so many targets with them and be able to just have them balanced perfectly. 93 attack and awareness, 90 acceleration. We'll pop 2 more into balance to get his balance up there, right? If we want to go that route, we can. Or 2 more, sorry. 2 more into balance is going to be 7 into dexterity, 10 into dribbling. We're also going to pop a few more in here to get his speed and his stamina up, because we want to be running a good bit of him. Now, straight off the rip here, 90 speed, 92 acceleration, 90 balance, 95 attack and awareness, 93 ball control, 86 dribbling, 91 tight possession. We'll pop 3 more into shooting here. That's going to round off the card very nicely. We don't need passing. We've 91 finishing there now as well because of the boost with Pep. And then we're going to probably pop a few more in here to get that dribbling up as high as we can. Look at that for a card. There is literally no weakness in that card. Absolutely none. Speed 90, 92 acceleration, 95 awareness, 96 ball control, 90 dribbling, 94 tight possession, 91 finishing. Rounded off with the skills and the fact that he's a fox in the box. Double touch, flip flap. We've given him soul control. Long range curler. He is outside curler and first time shot. Acrobatic finishing. We've given him dip and shot. Long range shooting and chip shot control with heading. Aerial superiority, maybe. One touch pass is what we're waiting on this card, but it's a beautiful card. And that extends to any of these centre forwards that you have that you're going to be basically using to run and gun. You're talking about Rodrigo. You're talking about Saviola. If you look at Saviola, goal poacher versus fox in the box. Look at the stats. 90 attacking awareness, 93, 93, 92 for ball control, dribbling and tight possession. 91 finishing. 101 acceleration, 91 speed, 98 balance. Very, very similar cards. Double touch, heel trick. We can give him soul control and flip flap if we want. Striker's instincts versus agility. And that's basically what you want to be doing in this, if you want to go that route. Because it's very similar, any of these cards. Any of them cards that you have there are going to be similar. It doesn't matter how you train them once you're hitting those key points of 90 and 90 across pretty much everything. Acceleration, balance and tight possession with 90 finishing is the key to these cards. You don't need as high attacking awareness because you're going to be manually running and gunning with him. Whereas Drogba, you're going to be letting the AI make the runs for you and then just picking him out. Once he gets the ball, it's either square to header or volley if it's in the air, or X or whatever to knock down to another player. But when you get the ball with Saviola, you're touching and going. You're moving, you're versatile, you're rapid. And all of these players are the same. It doesn't matter what player that you use. Michael Owen, the same, right? If we just put Michael Owen in here very, very quickly, he's already got speed and acceleration up, but we need the dexterity. So if we pop dexterity up, the problem with Michael Owen is a problem that a lot of these cards have, right? Is that to get 90, to get 80, to get 90 balance with Michael Owen, you have to make a couple of decisions because you can't get them all the stats up here. So this is 91 tight possession with 86 balance with 99 acceleration. And then we need another 5 into shooting if we want to go that route. But this is a phenomenal card. 90 finishing, 91 tight possession. We could even go a little bit less on that if you wanted to, because we could actually get the dexterity up here. Like, this is a phenomenal card with Pep. 92 balance, 101 acceleration. But again, we're hitting those key targets. 90 plus, tight possession, finishing, balance, acceleration. A bonus is ball control and dribbling and speed at 90. And then the rest of the card here is phenomenal. First time shot. We obviously need to train up his skills. But I definitely think that that's where to go with your mobile centre forwards. And obviously he's going to be 100 as a CF there. Now for the wingers, you've got two choices. The first winger is a cut in. So basically you pass the ball, you beat a man, you cut in, you're taking a shot. That's what you're going to be doing. And this Sun, we've tried out so many different builds of this Sun. It's just a phenomenal card. Once you have the tight possession up to where you want it to go, and you have the dexterity up where you want it to go, the rest of the card becomes very easy to train up. Now we've even gotten one too much in the dribbling there, right? So let me just change that real quick. So we've got 14 into the dribbling is what we need. 14 and 9. Because you get the boost with Pep. You need the 15 if you don't have Pep or Xabi Alonso. That's going to give us 90 tight possession, 90 finishing, 90 acceleration, 91 kicking power, 84 speed. So with the speed here, if we pop 5 into that, which is quite easy, we're now going to have a card that's 90 speed, 96 kicking power, 90 curl, 90 finishing, 86 stamina, 79 balance. I would preferably, because of this card here, I want to get the balance up as high as I possibly can on this Sun card. I know a lot of people will say, oh, why not a bit of passing? Why not more shooting? You don't need more than 90 finishing, in my opinion, especially with a blitz curl or for your cut-in wingers. They're probably going to be your third option, unless you're dedicating your entire play to doing that, you know? That's basically what I would say about that. It's kind of a similar thing that you have if you're using any winger that cuts in and shoots. I'll show you with Neymar in a second as well. But I probably would put a few more onto this to get the balance up at least. I would like the balance for 85. I would, but you can't do that with Sun. You can get everything else pretty decent, but you can't get the balance to 84, 85 if you want to have tight possession at 90 and the speed at 90. You can't get the balance at 85. Neymar is another one, right? If you're using Neymar, and a lot of people are using Neymar now, and I'll show you the best Neymar. So that Neymar there, the Santos Neymar, is more of a centre forward run and gun. He's a free option. But if you're using the other version of Neymar, the one that is the big time box one, where is he? I'll try find him here for you. because I knew I had him reset. This guy. So Neymar here is kind of a different type of player, right? He's down as a creative player. But I definitely feel like that the speed and the acceleration and the balance are perfectly tracked on this Neymar here. Because if you pop 4 into dexterity and 4 into this, with the boosters, or sorry, I need to pop 2 more into his speed. 5 and 6. Into that, you're going to have 91 speed but 80 stamina, which is key. You're also going to have the kicking power. I'll probably raise that up in a second. Balance at 91, acceleration at 90, attack and awareness. We'll probably raise that up as well. Dribbling and ball control, you don't need to make too much on that. So if you pop 4 into that, you might as well, because you've got the extra few bits and pieces. We'll max that out at 8. We'll max that out at 8. And then shooting. Shooting is going to be a key with this one here, because that's exactly what you want your cut in for. If you don't shoot a lot, don't waste points on shooting. Just use a player that is able to get around the pitch. We'll show you in a second. But that is essentially what you want to do with your Neymar. Good passing, good lofted pass, 90 finishing, 93 curl. Dribbling is all past the 90 with 96 and 97 dribbling type possession. 93 speed and acceleration. We can even pop that in 2 more into them if we want to. Because there's nowhere else to put it. You know? Like, that's a phenomenal card. 95 speed and acceleration with 95 plus stamina. Type possession 97, 90 finishing. Exceptional. And that follows true for all of these cards if you're using a run and gun. It doesn't matter what card that you have. If you're looking to cut in, it doesn't matter what card that you use. Because you're using all the same type cards. Salah is the same. It's all the same. If you're using a cut in, obviously you'd be switching Salah because he can't play left wing. You'd be switching him to the right. This is the build that we've gone for Salah. Once you have 90 in balance, type possession and acceleration and finishing, the rest of the stats are irrelevant really for an attacking player like this. That's kind of where you need to go with it. It doesn't matter if you play him a right winger or a left winger. It doesn't matter. Now, if you are using Figo, who's more of an outright winger, right? Or Nedved, we'll do Figo first. Figo's going to have good shooting, but he's going to be more about speed and pace. Like, that's what he's going to be about. So, like, once you have his balance to a certain degree there, I would probably go with this route. You're talking about 91, 95, 92, 92, 91 for his main stats there. Because you're going this route here. The passing you don't need. The finishing, you can get the finishing as high, but you don't need the finishing as high. And his dribbling is going to be lovely there as well. Now, I know a lot of people will say type possession is a bit low. His finishing is only 85. But you're playing a different role with Figo. You're not cutting in and shooting like you would with Saviola. Or with Salah. Same with Nedved, the same with Messi. Any of these. So that is where it is. The only other card that I would say is if you are looking to play a crosser, such as Luby Bin or any of these, a cross specialist. What you're going to want to focus on there is having a player that has got good player skills, right? Pinpoint crossing or any of these we've given to him. But you're not going to be shooting with Luby Bin here, in my opinion. You're not going to be shooting with him. Any of these cards, right? And that goes for Nedved as well. Nedved is going to be doing a different role. If Nedved is out here, we're going to be having Nedved as a different role. Even though he can still finish, even though he can still do all of that, it's going to be the same option there. All of these cards are going to be the same, lads. All of these cards. It doesn't make a difference what card that you have. It doesn't make a difference how you build them once you hit certain keys in that. Right? And like one of the other ones as well is Chiesa. Chiesa was the last of this pack that was released as a blitz curler. Chiesa is actually one of the best players as a super sub. He's got super sub off the rip here. Right, and fighting spirit with blitz curler. Chiesa as a left winger or a right winger, it doesn't really make a difference. He's right-footed, so I would play him in the sun role here, and I would probably swap him to a left wing. But it's the same rules, man. You don't need to do any finishing stats with him unless you want to get him up a little bit. And even at that, I preferably would probably keep his finishing at 90, even though, you know, you don't need to waste those there. Dribbling is the key with Chiesa. And his dexterity and his balance. So that's why I wouldn't waste him on finishing there. Because if you've got the finishing there, you'll actually get an extra point or two into balance. You know? So once you have the type possession here at 13, I wouldn't train his shooting at all. So I put the dribbling at 13. And I put his dexterity at 8. Or no, what was his dexterity? Yeah, 2 more into dexterity, wasn't it? Or 1 more into dexterity. Lower body, we can drop a few into that as well. You don't need the finishing with him. This Chiesa booster, 89 balance. I would probably go 1 more with the balance, just because. And then again, you're hitting those heights again. 95 acceleration, 90 balance, 90 type possession, 91 finishing. Super sub with really nice card. A really nice card. Yeah, you can play him any position, but I would definitely put him in. If you're putting him in here, you need to shoot on sight. And then last but not least with the centre forwards, we're going to look at an all-rounder. So we already looked at Shevchenko a little bit from the start, but Dennis Law is a perfect example of an all-rounder, right? If you're looking at Dennis Law here, and you're popping in a couple into his stats here, just to kind of get him moving, just to get him going, right? And you're getting his dexterity up and his lower body strength up. You've kind of got a card that can do it all straight off the rip. You don't need as much speed with this Dennis Law because he's going to be finding himself in positions that you're literally either going to be just tapping square to shoot or laying off to somebody else to shoot. That's basically what it is, man. That's basically what it is. It's very, very easy to play and train Dennis Law. Because if you look at Dennis Law here, he's one touch pass, he's got first time shot, he's got true passing, soul control. You can give him chip shot control. You can give him a few other bits and pieces if you want to. Outside curler, of course, you could give him any shooting skill that you want. But you are looking to get that balance up and that attacking awareness up. He's an all-rounder where you can literally do it all with him. You can do it all with him. And it's not going to make a big, big difference to this card if you do it all with him. He's an all-rounder. Absolutely all-rounder. A brilliant, brilliant card. It's 85 speed, 94 acceleration. You're not going to get the balance and tight possession up on this card much more than that. But what you can do is you can get his heading up a good bit as well. You can get him into the Margot Robbie style of end game level heading. So you've got 90 heading there. You've got 96 jumping. You've got 94 acceleration. You've got 81 tight possession, 85 speed, 81 balance, 88 stamina. It's a perfect card. And then if you want to train up a little bit more with the dribbling, you can do that depending on your play style. You can get that to 85, but you won't get the balance much higher than this if you want the rest of his card to be pretty decent. Ball control 86, 101 awareness, 92 finishing, 90 head, 96 jumping. Very, very solid. Now, if you are, the only other card I will look at here is somebody like Rummy. Rummy is a card that is the same. Sorry, Rummy is the same card as Dennis Law, so you can apply all that to Dennis Law there. But the only other card that I would probably look at will be somebody like maybe Diego Forlan. Now, I'm a big fan of Forlan, right? A big, big fan of him. I think he's definitely one of the best players that I've used. I don't know how many goals I've scored with him. 52 matches, 37 goals, and 13 assists. So he's nearly averaging a goal or assist in all his games, right? A game. This is kind of how we built him. And if you look at his stats there, he's not nimble, right? He's just on that upper tier where he can still score in the air. He's like Dennis Law, but he's more about the attack and awareness. All you're going to be doing is letting the AI make the runs and popping it to him. And that's it with any of these cards. And that is essentially it. And then also on top of that as well, I know a few people will be asking me or have been asking me about Ronaldinho. Like if you take a look at any of the Ronaldinho builds that we've done, right? And if you take a look at this Ronaldinho, this Ronaldinho is very dependent on what style of play that you're using. If you're using him in here, right, and you're using a very, very nice attacking creative playmaker, I would only use Ronaldinho either as a shooting cut-in like Neymar that we built earlier, or Son, or else I would use him in an attacking midfielder role to be creative player because he's got really nice low pass, he's got brilliant acceleration and balance. It's an excellent, excellent card. Ball control dribbling at level 1 is phenomenal. Look at this already. His ball control dribbling is absolutely unbelievable. You pop 2 into this, and you're going to have 91 dribbling, 91, and 95 tight possession. On top of that then as well with the dexterity, you pop 8 into that, you're going to have 90 balance, 95 acceleration. You're also going to have, with the attack and awareness, if you want to go that route, you can pop 1 more into that. You can pop a few more into his speed. That's not a problem to get the stamina up. And then the rest is going to be passing. You can do that fairly nicely as well. And then the shooting. This is a fantastic card for Ronaldinho. 80 attack and awareness, 91 ball control, 91 dribbling, 95 tight possession, 88 finishing, 96 acceleration. If you're using him in this position here, it's same rules apply, except just reduce the passing a little bit. But if you're using Diego Forlan or using a 3-man pivot here, I would always recommend to use kind of 2 speedy guys and then 1 hold-up all-rounder, whether it's a target man or whatever. Some people will use, and it just goes without saying, some people will, are always going to use the top players. Like Rummy is going to be in there as well with Saviola. But I definitely think that that's the better option, in my opinion. Yo, Spangley, welcome in, bro. So lads, that's kind of everything covered, man. Thanks for the patience. I know I haven't been reading a lot of chat, but thanks for the patience. I hope I covered pretty much every video. It's been 2 hours of literally just talking and chatting. How many likes are we at, man? Ooh, we're at 220. Okay, I will spin, man. I will spin one pack. I have a Davavia pack here. Let me see. I honestly don't really want I don't really want Davavia that much, but yeah. I mean, if we get him, it would be great. No bother, Admonis. Oh. 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 No, it's nobody. It's a goalkeeper. That is what is the point of that, man. That has to be one of the worst pack ever, man. That is one of the worst packs ever. All our luck is run out, man. Some people saying, oh, we got him in one spin. Holy moly, lads. That was dirt. That was absolute dirt, man. That was absolute dirt. It's disgusting, man. What a word. That's the worst pack I think ever I've opened. Holy moly, man. That's after depressing me. Yeah, Alex, it is a good card, man. That 90 Vieira is different sauce, man. I'm telling you, trust me. Trust me. I've played with Vieira since day one, since eFootball Beta. And he's unreal. Miguel, they're pretty much the same. I wouldn't spin for the new Via if you have the old one. Yeah, he definitely is, Andrew. He definitely is a beastly card. There's no doubt about Via being a beastly card. Does anyone have a Davavia build that they can send me on PSN? I don't think I can get this card up. But if you can send it on PSN, brilliant. I'm still streaming, bro. Of course. But yeah, honestly, lads, look. I just think, obviously we spun there. I said I'd spin to keep my word at 200 likes. Just for you guys, because you're pack fiends. But honestly, I don't think that I don't think I've any... I honestly don't think I need anybody else in my squad, man. I mean, where else am I going to go with this team, man? Like, look at the players I have at my disposal, honestly. With all due respect, man, look at the players I have at my disposal. Just from a centre forward point of view. It's insane, man. Like, look at the options I have. It really is ridiculous. We've got Blitzcurler, Salah, Chiesa, and Son. We've got Neymar here to cut in. We've Saviola, Michael Owen, Romario, Rummy, Dennis Law. Unbelievable. Jose Carrasco! Carrasco, actually, no, hold on. That's actually a good shout, man, because Cadiz have some really good players, and I might... Let me see. I think we actually might, lads. That's actually not a bad shout, because there's some really good hidden gems in here. There's some really good hidden gems in here. And I'll show you, man. I'll show you a couple of hidden gems. Let me see. Let me see. This guy looks good, man. This guy is a hidden gem. He's an absolute beast. He's an absolute beast. Look. He is a beast, man. 32,000 GP. Really good hidden gem. This is how much I respect this build. You know? This is how much, Cara. Just for you, Cara. We'll train this guy up and play a match with him. Look. What a player, man. What a player. What a player. That's what we do. That's what we do to Cadiz players around here, Cara. Blah, blah. We play with Drogba, lads. We play one game with Drogba. Andres, I already showed Theo Hernandez here. 00428 Oh, lads, watch this clip, man. Watch this clip. I'm going to show you this clip while Kara's in the chat. Look at this. Look at this clip. Playing co-op against Kara. Look. Look at this. Look at this, man. Who's in goals? It's me. Look. Oh, rinsed. Rinsed like last night's dishes. Oh, what a moment. What a moment. Goalkeeper sent off. We bring on Manuel Neuer. They don't score the free kick. And we're safe. We're safe. Had to be done, lads. Had to be done. That's the Theo Hernando build here. 00428 The third best card bricks, yeah. That's actually a great question, you know. That's a great question. My third favorite card. My third favorite card would Vieira and Romario. Jesus, I would probably say Roberto Carlos, bro. I would probably say Roberto Carlos, man. You have double touch. You probably already have... Did you give the double touch to a player that already has it? Lads, Collar's on his last legs. I don't think he understands how bad things are between me and the King. And we'll get into that. We'll get into that with El Presidente because he's in control of the contract situation, but it's not going well. And I think Collar could be in trouble, man. I think Collar could be... I don't think Collar is going to make it through the next day. Yeah, so to answer your question, Brixia, I would probably say my three best players that I like to play with are Romario, Vieira, and Carlos. Otto's okay, yeah. Blue Machine, yeah, Pirlo. I haven't played with Pirlo on this account, but I have played with him a lot, and he's very good. Oliver Kahn is better, I think. Which is better for quick counter? Wingers wide or tucked in? What do you prefer? I prefer out wide. I spun one, but we got dirt, Arrow. We got pure dirt. Lads, what do you think of City winning the league, man? Iyasu, no, I'm morbidly obese, bro. How dare you ask a question? Look at the muscles, man. Have you ever seen muscles like this before? Now be careful. Hold on a second. Prepare yourself. This comes with a warning. Ask that question again now, Iyasu. Franco, where else am I streaming? Nowhere, bro. What you mean by that? I will be on Twitch soon. A lot of you guys asking me to go on Twitch. We'll see. I think City will walk the FA Cup, man. I think they will. City are just at a different level, man. City are just at a different level, man, than most teams right now. Yeah, that is it, man. The 99 reflex on Schmeichel and Czech is where to go. Easy. I've played I haven't played my free to play in a long time, but we can switch that up and maybe play a free to play Thursday. All right, so anyone you want me to get in, lads, shout now. Yeah, soon, Franco, soon, bro. My biggest thing at the moment, lads, is I'm getting married in a couple of weeks' time, right? We're getting hitched, okay? The old ball and chain. And I literally, between real life work and trying to like, I'm very lucky with my work at the moment. I work from home. I work from this office. And if I'm not streaming and doing content, I'm literally doing wedding stuff, or else I'm doing my in real life work. And like, I've had to switch around my days. That's why we stream a bit earlier now. And that's why we're not streaming as long. You know? I don't have layout on this one, lads. Okay, this guy is playing with Paulo Sergio and Beckenbauer and Abavia. It's a good team. So, like, only for I am lucky at the moment that I'm actually able to, like... Yeah, I mean, I'm very lucky, man, at the moment. Because once the wedding is out of the way, I'll be able to take the next step. I'll be able to take the next step with the streaming, boys. What toxicity, Yazid? What are you talking about? In the game or with me? I'm not toxic too much. Yeah, Caicedo scored a banger yesterday, John, didn't he? Oh, in the game, yeah. Well, honestly, I feel as if this game at the moment now, like, look, Maldini going for a dump on the field. What's he doing, man? Arrow, no, bro, no. She actually encourages me streaming, man. She's actually one of my biggest supporters, man. She actually likes the streaming. She always asks me how the streaming goes. She knows all about you guys. She knows how filthy you are. I love it. No, it's more just like my job at the moment is like, yeah, it's just, listen, I'm healthy. You know, I'm young enough to still do what we're doing. I don't have any real responsibilities with kids yet. When that happens, maybe. But yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. But no, the streaming won't stop, man. It's just that I'm just so busy at the moment. Is this guy even playing, bro? What's he doing, man? Thanks. That was worth it. That was worth wasting my time for. Now you just make me want to put you to the sword. So yeah, obviously when the day comes that once we have the wedding out of the way and stuff, there's just so much planning, man. Who's sitting where, like things to order, suits, like, oh, man, it's. I'll tell you, man. You guys know that I've got married, you know. But for people that don't know, oi, collar. There's one. Start messing around with the ball now against Saviola and see what happens. What do I smell? Fear. I smell fear when Collar's up there. More of that now, King. More of that, King. Come on, Sub-Zero. Will you just play, bro? I hate this, man. I hate this. Like, I just want a good game, man. I just want a good game. But yeah, we've big plans for the future, lads. I'm looking at maybe in eFootball 2025, the stream is going to change quite a lot in terms of the production value. At the moment, like, I started this stream basically, you know, without ever really thinking it would get to the level that it's after getting to. So, like, you know, I have the opportunity now with a lot of, you know, potential partnerships and a lot of stuff that could happen that I've had to say no to a lot of stuff, unfortunately, that I was gotten opportunities to do because I'm getting married and the timing and stuff. But when I've the wedding out of the way, I'm going to be stepping up a lot of stuff, man, especially the content. Oh, you're scared of the king. Nice. Oh, ref. So yeah, I've had to say no to a lot of stuff, man. I only had to say no to an opportunity this week. That's happening this week, unfortunately. Not so much no to it, but it would have been difficult for me to do it. So yeah, once I have the wedding out of the way, and I don't mean to have it out of the way and, like, you know, I'm not looking forward to the ranting. I am, but it's gonna free up all my evenings again, that when I'm not working, I'll be able to do, you know, a lot of different stuff. So This guy's chasing shadows. Get in there, King. Of course, it goes back to the back, man. Oh, you can't guard me. Of course you can. The AI can, though. You can't guard me, but the AI can. Nice. Ref! Of course, man, I'll stay streaming, boys. We've built up an unbelievable one, man. We've built up an unbelievable community here. Oof. Zilber, we did 2 hours and I'll be doing up another video, but I haven't retrained all my players. I just wanted to get in a game here. I haven't retrained all my players. We basically did like a tutorial on rebuilding players without retraining every single player in my squad. Ref! I think so, yeah. Married and divorced, so give me a shout in a few years. Andy, sorry to hear that, bro. I hope it was amicable. I reckon there'll be a few packs that come out. Oh, that was nice. Oh, beautiful. Do you see the way they've that coded, man, to balance? Do you see that now? You can't do those one-touch balls anymore. I'm going to get back the whole way with Trent here. Get up! Oh, bad pass. I have the Margot Robbie card, but it's in early access at the moment. Oh, he's back. He's back, lads. What a touch and go from the King. Beautiful. But yeah, we will have more. Oh, don't say bye-bye. Hoover. Barbecue chicken. Finger looking good. Oi, King. As King is putting in a serious shift today now, I will say that. Oh. Brilliant Davids. Hello, Sergio. I wasn't aware of your speed. Connor. Saviola. Davids. Bad touch, lads. Lovely. Watch Collar, lads. He's been man-marked. Ah, it's lovely, lads. Come on, ref. Oh, Jesus, ref.
2 added minutes has been indicated.
Oh, no. No, you can't pass, man. I'm like Gandalf at the back today. You gonna go? I think the Hoover's coming, lads. I started growing it when I became a man, when I beat you 5-0, bro. I started growing the facial hair. That was when I hit puberty, man, when I beat you 5-0. So I started growing muscles too. Became an absolute beast. Benching 540. That's what I'm benching at the moment. The breakdown, nice. Yeah, we've got a lot of guys watching from the States, actually. Yo, Peststyles, what's up, bro?
Hello, everybody, and this is a quick reminder.
I do, Let's. I actually got a raise at work, man. I went into my boss and I told him that I beat you, and he actually gave me a raise. He actually gave me a raise, man. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. I just went into my boss and I was like, I showed him the match and I said, like, boss, I actually beat somebody in eFootball 5-0, and he literally just got down on his hands and knees and just smacked an increase in my salary. It was nice. Stats thresholds 85 and 90. Yes and no. Yes and no. 90 for some stats, 85 for others, 75 for others. It depends. We joke, Let's. We joke. You know I love you really, bro. You know I love all the chat, man. We joke. We joke. Its collar's on fire. Ref. Active Dan, yeah. Keep in touch with me on that Vieira, because I think he's a beast. Yoink. Oh, why didn't Collar go for that, man? We'll get it though. But you see the way there, lads, with Michael Owen. Look at how Michael Owen wins that ball there. I think this guy's gonna go Betty bye-bye, lads. Fair play to him, he's not quit yet. Collar's putting in a serious shift, lads. I haven't seen a shift this good now since Margot Robbie in Santa Ponza the first night I met her. It was a serious shift. Oh, my house. Oh no, why are you going so narrow there? That's nice dribbling. Can he get the cross in? He won't need to. Mind the runner. It's a serious ball, lads. Dangerous, dangerous. Yeah. Come on, turn him over perfectly there. Oh, that's magic. Oh, that is magic. Oh, it's lovely play, lads. Game feels very fluid today. Maybe it's just this game.
The attendance for this match was 71,898.
Reset now. Oh, King, you have to win those, man. See what I mean with the... Good finish. This guy is panicking, man. Franco, there should be, bro. There should be a button saying join beside my channel, man. No, you can definitely play Lou, not in matchmaking though. You can play in, like, if you match up normally, but you can't play off the rip, if that makes sense. It should be there, Franco. I'm not too sure, bro. Are you watching on mobile?
Substitution on the field. Number 11, Javier Savion. Coming on to replace him is number 23, Romario. Substitutions taking place.
Easy as that, boys. Easy as that, man, with the king. If you want to put it to the, pin him to the collar, give it to Collar. I think Collar's back, boys. I think he's back. We've had our ups and downs. That's a lovely little move. It's simple goal, man. It's a simple goal. Just a simple touch in here and wrong foot the defender. I think it's Matthäus that's back. This guy's pissed, man. This guy's pissed. I already know by him he's going to be sulking. But Collar's put in a serious shift, lads. Even not just, you know. His overall play has been really good. Oh, what a bad run from Michael Owen there. I've gone one defensive, lads, because he's gone attacking. That's the only reason we've gone that. This guy's not a bad player, you know. I think he's just been a bit unlucky. He's very direct, though. And defensively, I don't think he's used to somebody that's like not manual, that does a lot of manual defending. I think he's kind of playing the AI game. Oh, Collar, you should have won that, bro. Lovely. Exactly, Lou. Yeah, there was definitely a movement to get rid of Collar, lads, and we nearly got rid of him. We still might, though. Collar! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my goodness! Nah, he's too direct, man. This guy is too direct. He's a good player, but he's too direct. He's too easy read. I'm just off. No, the game feels good today, man. Defensively, I've been fairly okay. He's destroying, man. He's absolutely destroying the king. That's what he does. Haven't been impressed with Paulo Sergio, lads. Let Maldini create the gap. Lovely. We deal with that. Sometimes you can show that to your opponent. You can let them think that they're going to get through that gap, and it doesn't work. No, man, that's a matchup. Why does he go into that animation, man? Why does he go into that animation? That was a matchup, man. Oh, bye-bye, you little baby. Bye-bye. Look at that, man. Look at this. He's tapping out now. That was a matchup. I literally didn't press... shoulder charge there. Look. Look at this, man. That was a matchup, man. And look at the animation. He like morphed through. Look. Look, man. Look at that animation, man. I was just holding a matchup and he went in for a big body check, shoulder charge. All right. It's time. Bye-bye. Hoover's out. It's time! I'd be interested to see that guy's stats, man. Yes! Division 2. That guy was top 188 in the world before, bro. And we hoovered him. We hoovered him, lads. That's what we do, man. I told you he was a good player. I knew that he was a good player. Oh, but Barry, you're not top 200. You couldn't get top 200. Shut up. Shut it. That's what we do. I knew he was a good player, boys. I knew he was a good player. But Collar, man. Collar does that. That's what Collar does at all times. He doesn't care who's watching. He doesn't care what team he's up against. It really is irrelevant to Collar, man. Division 2. Yes! Yes! Hold on, I'll ring the girlfriend. Babe. I got Division 2. Yeah. Yeah, 2-win streak. Current rating, baby. Ooh, baby. 1511. Current rank, 11012. How many wins I have? 14. Oof. No, babe, don't come home. Don't come home, you get fired. Don't come home. Hold it till later. Yeah, hold it till later. Okay. Division 2. Only Division 2 players. I told you that guy was good. On a serious note, I knew that guy was a pretty decent player, man. He's got to this. And look at the team he has, man. This is a team built for one purpose and one purpose only. Pure destruction. He's already spun and probably cleared a lot of the box today because he has David Villa, Van Basten and Paulo Sergio. A good player. Very solid player. Been in the top 200 before. He's got his back three with an outlet. We said that. 4-2-4. And to be honest with you, that match hinged on that second goal that I got. That match hinged on that goal that we got. But that game felt smooth to me, but obviously I could play that guy again and he could smack me. So it's not too, you can get carried away with it as well, man, but there's no point, man. The game is what it is, man. I got a lucky goal there. We're going to show you that goal in a second because it was a lucky goal. All right, boys. I'm going to open up the Discord for a minute. And I think I have the Discord figured that I can actually open it up here. And if you guys want to send me in your teams, you can. So, yeah, rate my squad. Rate your squad in the Discord. Tywin, were you drinking bad? Well, Noah, it's like what I said to you before, man. It's like I have played and scored like... We'll just show you I'll show you my goal scored with Collar, man. I'm just letting this save, and I want to go back and show you the movement of Collar, because that was a difficult game, lads. It actually was. I know we won, quite easily in the end. But to be honest with you, that game could have gone anyway, man. And we hit the post as well at the end, so that was probably a difference maker as well. So I have 2 squads here in the stream. Yeah, we have 2 squads. I don't think you need to download Discord on... Oh, yeah, you do need it on your phone, yeah. This squad is just a very, very typical... I would probably like... I like the double pivot. I do like Nedved and Messi, but I would have a different type of player up front. If you're going to be playing David Villa and Owen up front, you need somebody as a target man to base the ball around. Yeah, Pizza Boy, we already talked about that in my latest video, bro. We also have this one here as well. So it's kind of similar to my team as well. I would definitely say that if you're using these 3 men up front, like a 4-2-1-3, Maldini is good. Tommy Bergomi, very solid. Very, very solid. Pirlo, Vieira, Hullet, perfect. There's nothing else that I can really... I'll probably rate that squad probably an 8 out of 10, man. That's all good, Pizza Boy. Thanks for looking out, bro. No, he doesn't need dribbling stats over 95. Verrat, you just need 2 profiles. I don't know, can you do it on PC? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. If you're using, right, look at the difference between this squad there, right, where you're using one Mbappe, Messi, and David Villa, and Messi and Mbappe up here, right, compared to this. David Villa and Michael Owen are too similar in my opinion, and you've nothing in the middle to carry the ball forward. Whereas with this team here, you've got Rafael Leao as an attacking midfielder, you've got Beckenbauer as a holding, very experimental team, your 4 CBs, which is meta, and then obviously you're playing with Xabi Alonso. But it's a nice team, man. Messi and Mbappe, very nice. This one, when you're playing a 3-man up front there, I wouldn't play David Villa and Romario together or Saviola. I would always play a pivot or a central figure. That's just me though. Philip Lam left back, Wan-Bissaka right back, pretty solid. Nesta, Mataus, Vieira, very solid team. Very solid team. I'm the wrong person to ask on PC, Verrat. I mean, if there's somebody in the chat that can help you, I can't, unfortunately. Royal Striker, out of 10, bro, is this your team? Is this your team here, Rafael Leao? You're going to lose a mark simply because I do not rate Rafael Leao. But in terms of the rest of the squad, yeah, it's very solid. I mean, you're using Maldini and Tomiyasu, who are my favourite central partnership if I'm playing hard, like sweat mode. Bergomi, I would say, would just about get the nod as well over most of my right backs. Maybe Trent, but yeah, it's very, very solid. I would say Maldini, Tomiyasu, Bergomi. Beckenbauer is a DMF, very nice as well if you've trained him right. Messi, boot kiss, beautiful up front. Rafael Leao, I don't rate Rafael Leao as at all. I just don't rate him. Fernandez and Kimmich, very nice as well. I give you a solid 9 out of 10, man, because you're kind of using Maldini and Tomiyasu and Bergomi, who are probably, along with Carlos, are probably my preferred central back partnership if I'm playing tournament mode or if I was playing in a cup or something. That big time Mbappe is dangerous. Messi is lethal as well. Rafael Leao, I don't really rate him. I would prefer, instead of Beckenbauer, I would prefer Rijkaard or Vieira. I think that would take your team up. Like 90 speed Vieira in that team would be beautiful. Kimmich, Fernandez are good as well though. But yeah, I think Beckenbauer, I think there, and Rafael Leao, which is your main centre, is a little bit soft. But that's just a personal thing. I don't rate Rafael Leao, so you can ignore what I'm saying about him because it's kind of like me asking me would I prefer Drogba or Collar up front. I would choose Collar, but it's a personal choice, you know? Who else is here, man? Michael Harrison, Triv. Yeah, again, old school off the screen picture. Rummy, Neymar, Baggio. Yeah, playing a very, very similar 4-1-2-3. This is a very similar build of a squad that I would usually go for. And then obviously Holland or Ambrosini can manually be pushed forward. I like Rummy as the target man that can do it all. Very strong bench. Really nice squad. Really nice squad. Czech I can't disagree with. Maldini I can't disagree with. Costa Corta very solid. Cafu right back very solid. Very, very nice. Very, very nice bench as well. You have Romario on the bench. Maldini in reserve because you don't like that card. Well, Maldini, you lose a point for me by giving out about Maldini, but the rest of the rest of your squad is fantastic. Interesting choice in the left back. Haven't seen that many people use him. I know he's like an old school meta type player. Romario, beautiful. Holland on the bench. Brilliant bench, actually. I would probably, if it was me in this with Nesta and Thuram there, personally speaking, I would probably bring in Matthaus instead of Scholzi. But Scholzi is probably a personal choice. And I do like the fact that you've paired Shevchenko with Messi. Some people get it twisted as well, right? That like if you're using, you will never really see a top like 100 player in the game. And that guy that we just played in that last round there, right? If you look at this guy that we just beat, I'm going to show you something, right? As we analyze this gameplay, right? This guy that we just played, okay, was a top 188 in the world before. So he's been a top 200 player. So he obviously knows how to play the game, right? But watch and I show you something of how I actually created my opportunities with the goals, right? And I'll just show you something very, very easy that a lot of people don't understand. And it's why I rate having a player that you can play the ball off. From the kickoff, from this interception here, right? When he kicks the ball out. Watch the breakdown of my movement. Collar breaks the play. He's in trouble straight away. Collar again. Touch to Saviola. Bang. If I don't have Collar, if I only have two centre forwards up front, Saviola and Romario, or Saviola and Michael Owen, Collar's not going to be in that position to intercept the ball, right? If you fast forward onto my second goal, or even, we won't even look at my chances. I'll just show you my goals. If you fast forward onto my second goal here, ball comes out from a breakdown, touch back in with Hernandez, get a bit of luck. Obviously, you need that if you're going to beat a guy. Touch and go. Collar again is the focal point. Back into Collar, and it's a simple finish. Do you see how easy that is? Because most people only play on the ground. And when they do touch and goes, Collar here shown for the ball. If I'm not playing with Collar, look how far away Saviola is to link up with Michael Owen. That's why when you're playing a 3-man up front, or else you're playing a 2-man up front, you need to have one up on the ball. Like, you need to have somebody that's able to just use the ball effectively. And then when the ball comes in, it's a simple finish. And then if you fast forward on to the third goal, it's going to be a similar rinse and repeat. All these goals are similar with the movement. It's not just about like having the movement of players or whatever. It's about what the AI is doing as well. So again, from across here, Michael Owen is going to get onto the end of this. Simple little ball in here, little flick through the gap with the overlap from Hernandez. And in fairness, Michael Owen beats everybody in the air for that, which just goes to show that the game physically at the moment, there's a lot of weird stuff that are animation driven that Michael Owen is beating Thuram in the air. Oh, but this guy's Thuram probably wasn't 90 heading. It doesn't matter, man. It's just built in that Michael Owen, look how high Michael Owen jumps. I had this happen to me the other day playing Subscriber Showdown. Look how high he's up there. And Michael Owen pops it in. So it's all about just using the players that you have at your disposal most effectively. And again, if this guy was a Division 2 player, people would say, yeah, but you wouldn't score against a goal like that, or you wouldn't score 3 or 4 goals against a guy that's good at the game. I mean, this guy's top 188, so that complaint goes out the window. That's why I prefer to have, if you're having a 3-man here in this system, I would prefer to have like somebody that's able to be a foil for the ball. So again, this is another good example. Haaland is the one that's going to be the main target man. Up here, this is a similar situation. Adriano is the target man. Ronaldinho in the pivot. This new Modric looks really nice as well. Rudiger, Saliba, Roberto Carlos, Davids, Beckenbauer. Very nice. Again, with these cards here, this is another thing that I would say. I wouldn't fear that centre-forward partnership there. I wouldn't fear Messi or I wouldn't fear Maradona and Mbappe. Personally speaking. I just wouldn't. And that's not, saying anything about your team or whatever. The rest of your squad is good. It's obviously a free-to-play team. And for a free-to-play team, it's very solid. I would probably put Wilshere in instead of DePaul. Wilshere is a beast, man. Wilshere is an absolute beast. And I would probably put Dennis Law instead of Mbappe or Maradona. I wouldn't play the two of them. This is another example. With David Villa and Messi here, you're gone for the triple AMF. So there is exceptions to the rule. There is exceptions to the rule, right? Because you're very solid at the back. You've got a single pivot in Makelele, and then you're really going to be attacking with 5 players and defending with 5. That's the meta. Attack with 5, defend with 5. That's a really good squad. Another one here. You've gone for a 4-2-4. Very out wide spread, double man pivot, 3-man, 4-man centre back. A lot of goals. That's basically what I would do with that, man. Van Basten, David Villa. Yeah, you've got Van Basten as your foil. But if you look, right, if you look at this guy's team that we just played, and I'm not trying to dig this guy out, man, or anything, or say that he was, this guy was a good player. I knew he was a top-ranked player. That's why I took my chances. He's after changing his entire formation now, because he's obviously after losing that game to me in such fashion. But before that, he was playing a 4-2-4. And his squad that he was using, let me just see, he's after changing that now. His panic stations are after setting in. He's after changing from what he already had. And the reason for that, in my opinion, is because of the fact that he was, he just couldn't handle Collar in that last game because he wasn't set up to handle Collar. And I'll show you his squad, man, that he started with. We didn't even change anything. Like, that was his team that he started that game with. So he had this, traditional 4 kind of 3CB with a double pivot DMF, Matthaus and Vieira. He had a 4-man centre forward partnership. But as I said, he had Messi, Saviola and David Villa. He'd no one to actually break the play. He'd no one to actually be a foil for Saviola, Villa and Messi. And all I did in the match was I used Collar as my knockdown, my target man, and my touch and go, and just made an option for him with my other players. It's easy to say that with me saying now, like, oh, I'm a beast, I destroyed him. I could have lost 4-0 to him just as easily, man. It's just a game. That's why you don't take it too seriously when you lose. But this guy's after changing his entire formation now, and switching things around because of that beating in the last game. And he's probably right, because I would have probably just made one change to that squad, and I would have brought in somebody like Dennis Law, Shevchenko, Forlan, or somebody that the AI is going to run. Van Basten the same. And he had all them players. He just didn't use them right. Yeah, exactly. Well, I told you, man, that this is the best example that I can give you, right? Is this second goal that I had, right? This is actually like chance creation 101. And it's not me saying that I'm like a good player or anything like that. It's just known from having played this game enough. I know what you need to do to score goals, right? Because when the ball breaks down here, if I was not playing Collar up front, right? If I was just playing a 2-man up front, like he was, I wouldn't have Collar there. So I'd have no option to pass the ball. I'd either have to force a pass to Savio or to Michael Owen or to Steven Gerrard. Instead, it's a cheeky little 1-2 with Collar. He runs and faces me with Turan because he's chasing the game, and it's popped. Well, that's it, Franco. That's, I would say that you should be playing the game for fun, man. I would say that we're going to be playing the game for fun. Javier, Collar is still on, he's still on sticky ground, is what I'll say. All right, let's go through a couple of more of these. Oxy, but like, listen, man, anyone can beat anybody in this game if you've got a bad matchup. That guy couldn't handle Collar. If I played that guy again, he might beat me. But he didn't beat me in that game. I agree, Laurie. I do have my complaints, but of course I have complaints. When you spend your time doing everything, I mean, I'm sure the girlfriend has complaints about me. But that doesn't mean that she's going to break up with me. You know what I mean? Like, nobody or nothing is perfect. eFootball is definitely in a better spot now than it has been for a while. But I do feel as if there is a lot of stuff that needs to be changed, But you're only one bad matchup against, somebody from rethinking your entire squad. Now, this is a squad that if you are going to be playing with 3 similar players, you need to have 3 up front. Barella, Bellingham, Rodri. This is a free-to-play account, I would say, with a bit of luck. No, we'll see if he's renewed, man. I definitely think there's way more potential here. Way more potential. But I do like Sticky's team there. This is another 3-1-2-4 if you want to be very attacking. Overloading left. Overloading the left side. I like to do that as well. 3 centre backs. It's very, very nice. It's very, very nice. 3 at the back is very good until you come up against somebody that knows how to dominate you. But 3 at the back is probably my preferred choice now if I was playing competitively. If I was playing competitively and if I was going to play in an esports event, I would probably use 3 at the back. Because this essentially is a fake 3 at the back because your Kimmich got so deep and you're defending with Vieira. You know? It's just a slightly altered formation. Margot's barely able to handle Collar. He's a 2-man job now. That's the problem. But again, you have the same pattern as well, as I've always said. If you are using Messi and Cruyff up front, or you're using an overloaded left or an overloaded right, you need to have somebody up front that the ball sticks to and that the AI can use. Because the AI handles smaller base players differently. That's why I like using Collar, because if I lose 9 games in a row, I genuinely don't. When I'm using Collar, I know exactly what I'm going to get out of him. Like, he's not going to be about turning a movement. He's just kind of like let the AI do what he wants and get into positions to be able to pop the ball out for my main dangers. And then when I get across, I'm able to use that as well. I didn't time you out, bro. Who timed you out, man? I didn't time you out, bro. The problem with this formation, in my opinion, is that if you are using this formation here, right, and you're overloading the left wing, you're using Xabi Alonso. If you come up against somebody, right, if you come up against somebody that is able to dominate your midfield, you'll be cooked. The reason why 3 at the back works so much is because if you're using this, I would say that you don't use much manual defending because you're leaving your position be defined here and you're defending with Vieira. Or else you're defending with Kimmich. That's where I would go with this. But it's 3 at the back is where it's at the moment. Most top players are using 3 at the back now as a sub-tactic. Rudy De Ligt. This is another good squad here as well. Cristiano and Forlan. See, this is the other problem then, is I would swap Forlan and Ronaldo with a fast mobile. I would get in, I don't know your bench, but I would definitely get in somebody else in there other than. These are too similar. They're too similar. And I would overload. I wouldn't use Rivaldo as an AMF. I would use him as a wide player. Lampard and Wilshere. You've got too many similar players the whole way up the pitch. So your back 4 is fine. Okay, obviously you can need improvements, but your back 4 is fine. I would have one hold and defensive midfielder. Wilshere and Lampard are too similar. I would use Rivaldo as an overloaded, and I would swap out Cristiano and Forlan. So I would potentially, I don't know your bench, but I would potentially even put in somebody like base Rodri as a DMF there. Use Wilshere as your CMF. You can leave Muller there if you like. And I would take off one of Ronaldo and Forlan and put in even base Mbappe, base Lautaro Martinez or anyone like that. That's just my advice, man. It's just my advice. I'm only one man with an opinion. Foden and Etze, I like this kind of old school 4-2-2-2. Salah, Son, nice. Rodri, Barella. Do you see what I mean here? Rodri is a holding, Barella is a box-to-box. Bastoni and Van Dijk, 2 build-ups or an extra frontman in a build-up. I would probably put a Destroyer in there. Reece James is good. Davies is good. It's a solid team. A lot of people using Courtois now. This squad is obviously free to play as well. You've got a back 3. A lot of people using back 3, man. A lot of people using back 3. Kubo, Matoma, Messi, Haaland, Mbappe. Now, similar to this, I do like the Mbappe, Messi, Haaland tripod here. Rodri and Kimmich. Yeah, you have an understanding of what you're doing. You have an understanding there of what you're doing. Upamecano, Alaba, and Rudiger. You've got a build-up, a passive. You've got a Destroyer in Rudiger. I'd definitely upgrade Kobel, but it's obviously a free-to-play team. I'd say you're not playing the game too long, are you, bro? Because I would say that, I would definitely say that free Neymar would be better there and free Costa Corta would be better here. I can't see the names, that's because I'm in streamer mode, so apologies. This is a very nice formation as well. Very meta. Araujo, Rijkaard, Tomiyasu, and Roberto Carlos. You have your outlet on this wing with Carlos, which is nice. You have your outlet with Trent on this side with the overload. Ronaldo and Leao. Again, I don't rate Leao too highly. I would potentially swap out Leao or Ronaldo. They're very similar in terms of what you'd be expecting from them. Vinicius Jr. and Neymar. Again, I would probably say they're too similar. I would definitely use an all-rounder to pair with one of them. Costa Cortez, a left midfielder. I've never seen that before. So I have no real knowledge of that. But I like it. I did watch the Usyk fight. I went out with a few of the boys to watch it. It was a good game. It was a good boxing match. Maradona in there. Kante, Rodri, pretty decent. Rudy, Gvardiol. Gvardiol's been a super signing, lads, for City. It's a good team. Mbappe, I think, is wasted out wide, but that's just my opinion. Edmilson is decent. Yeah, Edmilson is decent. Another good side here. Very different team. A fun team. Obviously, there's massive improvements that you can think of. But for a fun team, it's a pretty fun team. 3,000 collective strength. Savic is a good card. Kovacic is a good card. This old school one. Kramaric up front. Kvara, very nice. Gvardiol, Batman, very nice. Oblak in goals. Pretty decent. Listen, man, everybody is using meta players now because the game has been out so long. That's why it needs a refresh. Konami need to bring out like some sort of mode that you don't have to have the best players at your disposal, that you have to fit them into a certain way. Very similar. We already had this squad, didn't we? Gary Griffin. Edmilson is good, Royal Striker. Yeah, he's very good, man. He's very good. You know? Arrow, did you actually win that giveaway, bro? How much would you sell that to me for? How much would you actually sell that to me for if I was to buy it? David Villa and Romario. Again, I still think this 4 up front, Gary, with Nesta sent off, it's very solid. But yeah, single pivot Vieira is nice. But I think the problem you might have is you've too many similar players. Like Messi, Baggio, Romario, and Villa are all similar run and gun players. Nesta is good though. Beckenbauer is pretty decent as well. Yeah, I would either make a decision. I would either put Baggio or Messi in that spot. And I would probably just remove one of them. But I do like the overload, and it's a very attacking based team. But you probably got Nesta sent off because you probably got caught, on the hop and caught, like tracking back. I already saw this team, bro, I think. Yeah, I did. I'm not too sure if you can see those, lads, if they're bad quality. Neymar, Cole, Salah. Yeah, so this is exactly what I was saying. If you are using Neymar and Salah and Messi in a little tripod, you need to have somebody that's just a finisher and a foil for the rest of them. It's a good team. Davies, Bergomi, Van de Ven is quite good. Beckenbauer. It's obviously a free-to-play team with a little bit. Yeah, Gary, your team, that's what I'm saying, man. If you're able to dominate an opponent with this team because you're so top-heavy, all your players are going to be making great runs for you. But if you come up against somebody that you're struggling against, I definitely do think that I would swap out Messi and Baggio, and I would maybe put in somebody that's able to put a bit of a shift in. Or even potentially, if you did have Hullet or somebody in an AMF role there that is a little bit aggressive, it would be better. You know? Spangley, is this your team? It's a good team, man. It's a good team. It's a good team. Again, you've got Hullet and Rummy, you've got Nedved, you've got Messi, you've got Mataus and Vieira. Very good squad as well. You've got your back four meta. Any of the meta teams, lads, you guys know. Crypto Savage. Any of the meta teams, you guys know what's working. Like Nedved and Messi is lovely. You've got a little bit of artificial space in here, but that's nice. That's nice, man. Barra G, Rummy and Dennis Law. Again, two similar players. I would swap out one of them for Saviola or Michael Owen or David Villa or Romario or Mbappe or whoever you have run and gun. Jared and Ericsson. Don't really rate Ericsson, but he's not too bad. Saliba, Nesta, Costa Corta, Puyol. Yeah, Puyol. Nice. Yeah, all these teams are very decent, man. Very, very decent. I can't see some of the names, boys, so apologies, man. Apologies. Barella, Baggio, Del Piero, Mbappe, Messi, Casemiro, Van de Ven. Very nice as well. Very nice squad. Like, again, this is what you need to have. If you look at any of the top class teams, and I'll do a video on this now before the player reset, right? If you look at any of the top, and we'll just take a look at the top 50 teams or anybody. It doesn't matter who we go into. I'm not even going to look at it, right? We're going to take a look at this guy's team, right? Okay, of course, he's using the Manchester United team. Like, let me just check this one, man. A lot of the players mix up their squads because they don't want to see what you're doing, okay? But most people will have, if you've noticed, right? Most people will have, forget about play styles, forget about it being a target man, forget about it being anything. Most people will have an all-rounder as the central figure. Hullet. Off him is Ribery and Messi and Kaká, right? If you go into any of the squads here, they'll either have that or they'll have a 3-man up front. Like interchangeable. Shevchenko and Messi. Again, Shevchenko all-rounder, Messi mopping up and playing off. It's kind of like a second striker. You know? Again, this guy, Rummy and Romario. It's not Rummy and Dennis Law. It's not Rummy and Shevchenko. It's not Romario and Saviola. Romario and Owen. Villa and Owen. It's a mix and a balance. Again, you've got Maradona and Diaby. You've got Hullet and Rijkaard. It's like a yin to the yang. Rummy and Romario play off each other way better because they're not interfering with each other's runs. One is a target man / all-rounder. The other is a quick, mobile, versatile. And you can apply this logic to any of the players, man. Any of the top guys. We're just going into random squads. Again, Cristiano Ronaldo and Hullet, both target men with Son popping up. Bergkamp as an AMF. I reckon there's definitely a sub-tactic going on here because Gilberto Silva is not going to play in that role. I would say that this guy is probably playing based on his squad, if it was my opinion. And if you're in the chat or you know this guy, I would say this guy's using a sub-tactic with Hullet and Cristiano Ronaldo and Son up front, with Bergkamp in an SS role playing a 4-2-4, or else playing a 3 at the back with Macon and Gilberto Silva running in the back. But all of these teams have the same pattern, man, the whole time. It's not about like using a certain pattern or using a certain thing. Again, Rummy is the foil here. Messi and Rafael playing off him. Another good team, Mbappe and Messi. Yeah, you've got it. Like, Mbappe is just about the only card I would make an exception for. Del Piero and Baggio, Barella and Casemiro. Very nice team. You've got your back 3 meta. Very nice. Another squad here, David Villa, Rummy and Paulo Sergio. I would probably change. Yeah, no, that's a pretty decent team. Rummy is probably a little bit wasted out there. I would either probably switch him for Neymar and keep one of Rummy and David Villa as a super sub. But I like a lot of these teams, man. I like a lot of these teams, you know, because you guys know now what the meta is, and you obviously watch the videos and you guys know. It's a very simple game, man. There isn't enough tactical nuance there that you need to get confused about it. You literally have all the way up the line, either your 4-man at the back, you have one tall, one strong, one fast, one mobile. Same in midfield. If you've got an all-rounder in DMF as a single pivot or an all-rounder as a CF, that's the way you go. Again, this is an old school Sané there. Very nice. Gundo Classic number 10. Scholes and Wan-Bissaka. This is obviously a free-to-play team. Very decent as well. Rafael Leao, Cristiano, Hullet. Yeah, I think we've already looked at a team very similar to this. If it's not already this team, I would change one of Leao and Ronaldo. Saviola, again leading the line with Neymar and Nedved. Ronaldinho, this 3 at the back, very solid. Old school Beckenbauer, Nunes the booster and Thuram booster. Very, very nice. Davids, Vieira, Lam, Nedved, Neymar. Very nice. Very nice, man. Vinny, Romario, Ronaldinho, Pirlo, Kaká. Again, if you're playing a 3 at the back, this is what you need to do, man. You need to create artificial space out wide with Ronaldinho and Kaká here. And when I say artificial space, I mean you need to manually make these rules, man. These rules for yourself, where you're going to be going in and linking up Kaká with Romario, crossing with Kaká to Pirlo to Vinny, crossing with Ronaldinho. I don't mean crossing the ball, I mean crossing paths, crossing movements. It's a very good team. Dixon at CB is an interesting one. But this formation is all about creating the space here. That's all what it's about, man. Pirlo, Kaká, Ronaldinho, Vinny, Romario. Again, Vinny and Romario, very similar players. That's obviously a personal choice. But I would say that, yeah, they're very similar. But it's kind of like Mbappe. You'll just about get away with this Vinny as your main kind of like target man, so to speak. So yeah, lads. I mean, listen, it's not rocket science, but we've covered a lot of ground today in a 3-hour stream. And if you go into any of these, formations, right? If you go into any of these, you will see what I'm talking about rings true across the board. You go through any line of the game here. Look, Rijkaard and Cannavaro. Where the games are lost and won in eFootball at the moment and where the meta is at. Rijkaard and Cannavaro. You've got one on-the-ground defender in Cannavaro. You've got one aerial blocker in Rijkaard. Gilberto Silva and Beckenbauer is a double pivot. You've got one that can play the ball forward, that's very technical, and Gilberto Silva is a stopper. Messi and Cruyff, creating that artificial space. Both can dribble, both can pass, both can shoot, both have good player ID for the runs, neutral AI runs, Baggio and Rummy up front. Rummy's playing off Baggio, Baggio is playing to Rummy. It's very nice, man. It's very nice. You know? And that's what the current meta is at the moment. And the meta at the moment, if you take a look at any of the top players, right? It's not even so much about how people play the game. It's the setup is only half of it. But you will see time and time again, right? Like, you don't... Listen, we played on stream today. We played a guy that was ranked 188 in the world, right? And we smacked him 4-0, okay? In a vacuum, you can beat anybody in this game if you have a bad matchup and you get a bit of luck here and there and you take your chances and the connection is fine. The difference between getting into the top 100 is time, is being able to lose a match and having time to play 3 or 4 after you lose a match, right? Unless you're going on a 95 win streak or whatever like that, or a 100 win streak, you know, you're going to lose games. You're going to draw games that you shouldn't really draw or lose. But you will see a pattern amongst every single thing, that the meta will change from 3 similar players up front, or else, you know, 2 up front that are 2 different players, an all-rounder and a speedster. Or else you'll see something like this, where you've got a pivot man, then a holding man, and then you've got coming up the rear. That's basically it, man. That's all you have to focus on. Not everybody wants to grind for divisions, man. And I would say that if you're new, you're already kind of looking at behind. You're already coming from a position that, like, you can have all the knowledge in the world, but if you don't use that knowledge, the reason why these guys are in the top 100 is because it's kind of like eating, you know, if I want to lose weight, it's kind of like eating, you know, plain rice and grilled chicken breasts with broccoli for lunch, breakfast, lunch, and dinner for like a month. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm going to lose weight and it's going to be fine if I do that. But at the end of the day, man, you know, not everyone wants to do that, man. Sometimes I want to get a big dirty takeaway, or I want to get a McDonald's, or I want to cook myself a lovely, beautiful steak with butter and, you know, garlic sauce or whatever, pepper sauce. So it is what it is, man, with this. If you get a matchup wrong against these players, they will already have you beaten. Where you need to hold the line with these guys, man, that are in the top 50 or top 100 or the top 10 or whatever, is you need to stop them from playing how they usually play. And you saw with that game that we played against this guy, right? We just played a guy here, and it's not me having a dig at this guy. This guy was a good player, but he changed his entire squad and his entire setup after losing 4-0 to me in this game. He went from playing a 4-2-4 to a 4-1-4-1. And the reason for that is because the matchup against me, because I did something that he wasn't expecting, was something that made him question his setup in the formation. And that's what you need to do with top-class players, man. You know? Yeah, but exactly, Pez that's it, man. That's it. If you're playing, listen, if you're playing this game, and I've said it once and I'll say it 100 times, man. The people that are playing this game competitively they're not streaming the game, man. They're not, you know what I mean? They're not doing content. Like, I'm not going to say, right, I'll leave it up to you whether ye think with the time, if I was to dedicate a month of the phase at the launch of eFootball, could I get into the top 500? Could I get into the top 200? If I was literally just coming on and playing 5-6 hours a day, no streaming, I'm talking just me and the console, and sticking to the same starting 11 with my sub-tactics, my individual instructions, and being 100% focused, not on the chat. I'm talking about literally like this, man. Literally like just playing hardcore. I'll leave that up to ye whether ye think. I know where I think I would finish, and I know what I think I could achieve. But I'll leave it up to ye. Whether ye think I would crack a top 1,000, crack top 500, crack top 100, whatever ranking you think I will. Some guys, you'll look at me and you'll say, that I'm not a top 5,000 player. That's fine. Some people will say, yeah, look, Barry, with time, and if you put as much effort into actually playing the game competitively as your content, and playing casually, you could get top 50 in the world or top whatever. I'll leave that up to you, lads. I'm not here to blow my own trumpet. Do you know what I mean? That's what Margot's for. But like at the end of the day, it's all about what you want to get out of the game. And I just think that at the moment, there is a big sacrifice. The best players in this game at the moment that are top 50 in the world, right? They do stream, and there will be guys that stream and stuff like that. But I'm talking about the best guys that are actually achieving winning tournaments and stuff and actually winning cash and playing competitively. They're playing 40 hours a week just playing the game, man. That's what they're doing. And I've spoken to these guys, you know what I mean? That's basically what it is, you know? Yeah, but all of these players use sub-tactics, Ollie. That's the thing. But the problem is that when the sub-tactic and the main tactic don't work for you, you're up shit creek. You can't change enough in it, if that makes sense. You know? That's basically what it is, man. There's nothing to play top rank for, lads. This is a big concern that I've had, and it's something that I've fed back when I've been asked. For getting to Division 1, if you dedicate 100 hours a month to playing this game, or you dedicate 10 hours a month, you can still get the same rewards, man. Getting top 1 in the world is a massive achievement. I wouldn't like to undersell that to anybody. But at the end of the day, man, you know, it's a different style of play. You're getting a lot of tap-ins, a lot of across the goals, you know. Like, we got to top 69 in the world last phase. When this phase opened on the 9th to the 5th, we played for 10 hours on stream, and we got to the 69th in the world. I lost the game, and I drew a game that I shouldn't have. And if I hadn't lost those, I would have probably got top 50. You know? But what it means is that because I don't play the game then, I won't play the game tomorrow or Wednesday, and I'll be back on Thursday, right? People are still, same people that are pushing rank are not taking a break on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. They're playing Tuesdays and Wednesdays the same as Monday. So it's not always about, yes, you have the top 1% that will just sit down and play 7, 8, 9, 10, 15 games and win every one of them, okay? But for most people that are pushing rank, you'll see a lot of new names in the top rank now. For most of those guys, they're playing longevity, you know? Well, let's see, man. Let's see the beta for UFL. Abhishek, welcome in, bro. Well, this is the thing I've always said to you, bro. This is the thing that I've always said to you, man. You know, like, you could be the best player in the world, right? And I've already said this to you, man, and we're not getting into the debate again, okay? I've played you on stream, whatever, okay? You could be the best player in the world with the best knowledge in the world, and you could be absolutely unbelievable at the game from a technical point of view. But playing online in Division 1 is a completely different game because the good players do not let you play, man. They don't let you play. That's the thing. That's what it is, man. That's what it is. If you're good at this game, it's not a mark of how good you are in online. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing. You know? And that's why you have people that are really good at Dream Team that have never won anything competitively. That's why. Whereas you always have the same names that have won world championships before. They're playing a different style of game and they adapt their game to that. That's what it is, man. It's not about, like, Divisions is a different animal. Once you get in against a player, you have to be able to dominate them. It's as simple as that. Because enough crap happens in the game and enough balance and stuff happens in the game that it's very hard to control all aspects. But you control the controllables. And you control what you can do. If you get a chance, you need to put it away. If you can defend and use whatever you can to defend, you do that. But the guys that are playing really at another level and winning money, I'm talking that have won world championships before, 100k, 150k, world finals, that are qualifying for the esports events, the IESF, all these guys that are playing. I mean, when I say playing competitively, lads, if you're playing competitively, you're earning money from it. As in, you're earning money from prizes. You know what I mean? Yeah, but what I'm saying to you, bro, is, like, as I said, man, you're, like, you being the most technically gifted player in this game. If Konami released a plaque and sent it to you and said, we've analyzed your gameplay, you're the most technically gifted player ever to play eFootball 2024. It's irrelevant, man, in divisions. That's all I'm saying, you know? It's because you can keep the ball as long as you want, and you could have 200 passes a game with Pep. These guys will get one chance, and it'll be pop, 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 goal, and it's game over. They'll just shut up shop against you. Trust me, bro. I've been around this block a long time, and I've seen players that have been absolutely unbelievable, that when you sit down, you feel like you're playing against a different game. You feel like you're playing a different game against them. They're so technically cute at what they do, mechanically. And that just comes from hours and hours and hours of grinding against really top-class players. You know what I'm saying? Really top-class players. If I sit down and play the top 10 players in the world for a month, by the end of the month, I would have improved massively as a player. But all it takes is, because the game is the way it is, all it takes is, from your goalkeeper to touch and go, and it's a goal. That's all it is, man. It just won't work. Possession doesn't work, That's what it is. Yeah, but Abhishek, the problem is when you start pushing rank is because you become consumed by it. I don't mind the challenge in the game. I just don't think that... This is my collar build, actually, I was showing you, Noah, right? This is it, man. 100 goals in 150 games. But on my other account, we have the old school collar, and it's nearly better. No, it's not trying to... Nobody's trying to be the best, man. Nobody's trying to be the best. But there is levels to it, This Messi build is the best build of Messi. This one here. If you have this Messi build. That's the build that we went for. Now I'm going to reset all these players and we'll have the video up later. That's exactly it, as Let's says, man. Or as Lucas says. That's exactly it. It does... Let's... The problem is, bro, with you, man, is like... As I've said to you before, right? You don't seem to understand that, like, you could be the best technical player in the world, right? And I know players that are amazing at the game. But playing Division 1 is just a different kettle of fish. And that's where the buck stops. Opinions don't come into that. That is where the buck stops. Simple as that, And that's it, man. Yeah, but that's it. Like, I've beaten guys live on stream, lads, and you can go back through the channel. I've beaten guys live on stream, and I beat the top 6 rank in the world. That was an ex-professional player, and he messaged me after the game saying that he was going to report me because he was crying like a little pussy. But it's not personal, man. It's not personal. It's just that, these guys are competitive players. I never take it personal, man. I beat him fair and square. It's up on live stream from about a year ago, and he was 6th in the world. That doesn't mean that I could push and get 6th in the world. Every dog has their day, man. That's the thing. Exactly, as Kara says, man, gaming is meant to be fun, man. As I said, look, we had this clip the other day with Kara and me. This is what gaming is meant to be about, man. This is what gaming is meant to be about. Having the crack with your friends, having the banter, having the crack. This is what gaming is meant to be about, man. It's not that deep. Like, it's people take it personally as if it's a shot on their manhood if they lose a game. And it's like, oh, I can't believe I lost that game. So what, man? You know what I mean? So what? I've beaten guys that I shouldn't have beaten. I've lost to guys that I shouldn't have lost to. I've lost to noobs, Division 5 guys that have never played the game before, and I hit the post 6 times. It's a video game, man. It's just a video game. But that's just competitive gaming, man. You have to understand as well, boys, that, like, you guys have to understand, right, that we're all fanatical about this game. We're fanatics. And what I mean by being fanatics is it's not a bad thing, but we are fanatics about the game because we consume content, we do content, we're doing builds, we're interested in improving, we're interested in the meta, we're interested in the new cards. 90% of people that play this game literally don't follow news, man. They just don't follow news on it. They don't consume content, they don't consume anything. They're literally just logging in while they're on the toilet for 10 minutes and opening a pack. They're on their way to work in the morning on their bus and they're playing a game. They're getting into school, they're playing a game. 5 minutes, 10 minutes before bed, they're playing a match on their mobile. They come home on a Saturday, the kids are in bed, if they're coming home from a shift or coming home from work, kids are gone away for an hour, they play an hour of Red Dead or an hour of Warzone, then they play an hour of eFootball. That's what gaming is for a majority of people, man. And that's why people are competitive, because it's an online game where the only reward is to be competitive. And I am competitive as well. I want to win every single game that I go out and play. Of course, but not at the cost of me playing the game for enjoyment. And the only thing that stops that is the connection most of the time. You know? Yeah, well, Let's is on his last warning, Lucas. He's on his last warning, man. Because this stream is for everybody. It's not just a one-way conversation, you know? Big Foo. I don't know whether that's directed at me or anything. But I don't know if that's directed at me or it's directed at anybody else, man. But if you can explain what you're talking about instead of asking, am I trolling? That would be nice. Listen, man, all I've said is the reason why I don't ban people is you don't know what anybody is going through on a personal level, man. Social media and an online persona is not real life, man. You know? But I've already told Let's, away from all the trolling, man, and away from all this. Like, you know what I mean? We're here for a good time. We're not here to be going back and forward and distracted, man. And not distracting. Big Food, just say what you're saying, bro. I'm not going back reading your comments, man. Say what you need to say. You could have this is why I don't understand, lads. You could have literally copy and pasted your message that I didn't see when I'm actually reading chat instead of writing and taking the time to say, look at previous comments. James, I'm not wasting time on any trolls, bro. I'm talking, man. We're finishing up the stream. I'm not wasting time on anybody, man. I already told Let's that he's on his last warning, man. I've already told him that. I give people enough warnings and I give people enough opportunity to either be a positive part of the stream. I'm not saying that this stream needs to be sunflowers and rainbows and everyone needs to be positive all the time. We have the crack, man. We have the crack. But yeah, it's not going to be coming on again, man. Let's is on his last warning, man. I already know that. I'm not spending any more time, and I've already had that conversation with a few of the mods. I'm not having any more time. The stream is getting too big for me now. That if my only opportunity, listen, man, I would say that there's people in this stream that I love you guys now, but at the start when we were clashing heads, if I was anybody else and if I was other streamers, I would have just blocked you. I genuinely have blocked not one person on my YouTube. If you're auto-blocked or if your comments don't come up, it could be because you're auto-blocked as spam. I genuinely haven't blocked anybody on YouTube because I'll let somebody show me who they really are before making a decision. I won't jump to a decision. You know? You can be critical and still have respect, man. And I will find it very, very difficult for somebody to come in and say, listen, you're critical of me, I'm going to block you. I've gone back and forward with people where they've been very critical of me, and I still have that respect, and we've found a respect, and you can disagree and agree. But anyway, lads, is there any player you want me to see build before we do anything else? Oh, pins and needles. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate it, man. And the crack, and the banter. And the banter, man. Listen, we're not here to be the best in the world, man, because chances are that 90% of you guys are probably better than me at the game. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's irrelevant to what we're trying to achieve here, man. You know, I have no ego that if somebody comes onto the stream and beats me, whether it's a viewer or somebody anonymous or another streamer, I don't care, man, because we'll give them a good game and we'll have the banter about it. You know, Rock beat us the other day on penalties. We got screwed with Collar missing the header. We just have a bit of banter, man, about it. Like, I don't care if somebody beats me. You know what I mean? That's the thing. Exactly, Noah. You're a perfect example, bro. You're a perfect example. I'll show you any builds that you guys want before I go off, lads. We'll stream for another 15 minutes and then I'm out the gap, man. Because I got to go back to work at around 3. Yeah, exactly. But, like, I've always said it, man, right? You don't have to be rank 1 in the world to bestow knowledge on somebody. I know this game inside out. Anything I don't know, I'm in a position where I'm able to find out from source. if there's something that I'm really wondering about. So when I drop tidbits to you guys about like, you know, a build with 90 speed or a build with this or a build with that, I'm not pulling it out of my arse. Like, you know what I mean? It's well researched, you know? And like, you don't have to be rank 1 in the world, man, to have knowledge, you know? That's it, man. Marino, yes, I'm not a big fan of auto-allocate at all. The problem with auto-allocate is that the players are so good and so highly rated now and so much overall ratings, you can't really go wrong with the player builds, even with auto-allocate. But I wouldn't auto-allocate, and I'll show you why, right? I'll give you one example of auto-allocate, and this will probably make my point for you, right? And this is for anybody in the chat as well. It's not like this, like, oh, don't auto-allocate, you know, that's a bad word. I will show you an example here with Tomiyasu, okay? So Tomiyasu is probably one of the best players in the game. I'm going to renew his contract here, right? And I'm going to reset him. Now, if I'm playing Tomiyasu as a right back, okay? He's going to be a defensive fullback. Watch what happens when you auto-allocate. And this is for anybody, man. When you auto-allocate Tomiyasu, he's going to have 4 passing, 4 dribbling, 8 dex, 14 lower body, 4 aerial strength, and 8 defending. Right? There you go, man. 88 defensive awareness, 93 tackling, 89 aggression, 92 speed, 83 acceleration, 75 balance, 79 tight possession. Okay? I would not train Tomiyasu up as a right back. I would train him up as a CB. So yes, he goes to 99 overall with Pep. He's going to be getting the boost to all of these, but that's the auto allocation. But he's only got defensive awareness 88 and 89 aggression. Now, when we train him up ourselves, we're going to be hitting certain thresholds. When you talk about certain thresholds, certain cards, when they hit a certain threshold, they behave slightly different in-game. Mixed with his skills, his positioning, his frame, his physique, his height, his weight, his player ID. So Tomiyasu is a very buffed card in the game that has no weakness because he's fast and he can hit certain thresholds unlike other players apart from the boosters. So now if we pop, instead of 8 into defending, we're going to pop in maybe 10. Right? We're going to have 90 defensive awareness, 95 tackling, 91 aggression. Right? Acceleration and speed. We're not going to focus too much on his acceleration because it's over 85 or 75 already. But we will focus on the speed. We'll try and get the speed up to about 85, I would say. So we'll pop one more into that for his speed. And then we'll probably try and get his jump and that up to here. So I'm not too sure if that's too high. No, that's perfect. So now we have this Tomiyasu, who's got 90 defensive awareness, 95 tackling, 91 aggression, 85 speed, 86 physical contact. Now we can actually train up his defending a little bit more. So we can actually go to about 14 with that now. What's that going to free up? That's actually going to free us up with 99 tackling, 95 aggression, and 94 defensive awareness, and 98 defensive engagement, which is perfect for a card that's a defensive fullback. Speed is lovely there now as well. If we want to, we can do his heading a little bit more to bring him up to Margot Robbie levels of heading. If we want to do that with the physical contact. It's not a necessity, but I would always like to have him as kind of as best as I possibly can, right? 93 jump, 90 physical contact, 85 heading. Do we want to pop one more into heading? Yes, we potentially do. So we'll do one more into heading there. That's going to bring our jump up. 85 heading, 94 jumping, 91 physical contact, speed at 85. Now, depending on your play style, right, and depending if you're playing him as part of a back tree, or depending on who you're playing him with. So Saliba is going to have 88 speed here, but Saliba is going to be a little bit immobile. He's not going to be as rapid as Tomiyasu because they're both similar heights, both similar weights, both similar kind of players, except different play styles. So what I want if I'm playing this is I would train Tomiyasu with a little bit more dexterity. It's not a necessity. It's not a necessity, but I would definitely think that he's going to be better with that 80 acceleration because there's nowhere else to put it. You have 80 acceleration, 85. 94 jumping, 91 physical contact. Now again, if I was playing Tomiyasu as a right back here and I was playing somebody like Aldair, who's got the speed here, I would potentially leave, or not even Aldair. If I was playing somebody like Maldini, Maldini's going to have enough speed there and acceleration. He's going to be 75. Tomiyasu is going to function there. So now you look at the different build of this card as a CB compared to the one we had. He's only 96 overall. He's not 99. But look at the stats. Basically, that's it. You know? Arrow, thank you, brother. Thank you, man. And keep the cards coming as well, bro. We'll do a video of what's coming Thursday. But all of these cards are a similar one. That's why I never use auto-allocate. Yes, you can use auto-allocate if you want. It's not a bad word, man. It's not like you're going to get jail time for using auto-allocate or like all your eFootball points will be taken off you. But with these cards, where building cards really comes into fruition is if you're using a card that has a couple of weaknesses that you need to pick and choose. So for example, with Rodrigo, right? If I'm using Rodrigo as a CF or an SS or whatever position he is or a left wing, Rodrigo goes to 100 overall, but he's not going to have the same stats as the likes of Saviola. So Saviola has no weakness for his stats. He hits every single threshold. He hits 90 attack and awareness, 90 plus in ball control, dribbling, and tight possession. So does Rodrigo. Brilliant. Low pass is the same. 85 finishing, that's where he catches him. Curl, he has more. His speed and acceleration and kicking power are around the same, and balance is over 90 with stamina the same. But the finishing is not at 90. So that's where it is, man. That's where it is. Big Foo, what do you think I'm trolling with, bro? I don't understand your question, man. I didn't see your comments early, so I apologize if you're asking a genuine question. Yeah, that's it. If you like any of these cards, like these cards, a lot of the lower ranked, like a lot of the cards that are, you won't hit certain thresholds with them. You'll hit them just about right. You'll hit them just about right, but you won't get them to the perfect balance. You know? You have to train players how you actually play the game. If I'm training Barella, I'm training him as a box-to-box. I'm training him to be equally good defensive and equally good attacking. If I don't need any defending, if I'm training him as an AMF, I don't need defending. Do you know what I mean? What do you mean I go back and forward with my ideals of the game, bro? What are you talking about, man? I don't understand, man. I don't understand what you're saying, bro. Honestly. But if I was doing this, I would just have no defending in this. I would have no defending in this, and I would max out his dexterity. That's basically why I would do it. Because you're going to be getting the boost with Guardiola here. That's going to bring it up to the 88. I would try and get these stats to at least 90 if I wanted to go this route. Shooting, you're never going to get it, so I wouldn't have that there with him. But the rest of his stats can go pretty decent. And that's a very nice card with nothing into defending. 90 acceleration, balance is good, low pass 85, tight possession, and dribbling are over 85. But if you are playing cards like this, you need to have a very good aspect of it. It's like with Stevie G, right? If you're playing Stevie G here, yes, you need defending, right? You need defending in him if you're playing him as a box-to-box here. But these cards, if you're playing him here, you just get rid of his defending and bring up his shooting and acceleration a bit more. Big Foo, you don't need to follow my ratings, bro. You don't need to follow it, man. I've got to top 69th in the world before, man. I have a life outside of pushing rank, unfortunately, and my content is geared towards doing videos like this, man. You know? I have a life outside of streaming. I can't push rank when the days I'm working, bro. I can't play this game on the days I'm not streaming. What you see is what you get with me, man. And that's it. You know, I'm not pushing rank off stream. I'm not pushing rank anywhere else, only on stream. I've got to 69th in the world before, if I really wanted to, you know. You play how you want to play, man. I play how I want to play. You're appreciated. Your views are appreciated here. Your opinion is appreciated here. But, you know, like at the end of the day, man, like if you are pushing rank, then fair enough. But like, just because rank doesn't mean anything, man. How many hours a week do you play the game, bro? I'll show Wilshire, but I'll have to change build. I'll have to change over. This is a Van Basten build as well, that OC sent me. This is a Van Basten build that OC sent me. Like, acceleration is there, you know? Acceleration is there. Ball control is there. Finishing is there. Stamina is there. But the balance is the big key here. This is the big misconception, man, with people. Like, you think that people like, pushing rank means just how much you play the game. And yes, there is exceptions to the rule, but like, I don't have time to push rank. It's as simple as that. It's not excuses, man. You see, for the last 12 months, 18 months, my stream schedule. It's Monday and Thursday and a bit of Friday streaming. And the rest of the week is content. You know? It's basically it, man. But that's it there. That is essentially the Van Basten build. I don't necessarily like that build too much, but that's all you can really do with him. Now, I'm over on my other account, right? This is my 100% free-to-play account. Right? There you go, man. There you go. That's what it is, man. Big Foo, I've never heard of you before on the stream, bro. So listen, your views are appreciated, man. I appreciate you spending the time watching, man. But please stop talking absolute crap, man. Please stop talking absolute crap. Or go and educate yourself about my content. Because you're just looking for attention, bro. I'm not going to give it to you. That's all I'm going to say about it. Wiltshire, this is the build here, man, with Wiltshire. This is a free-to-play, man. This is a free-to-play account here that I've never spent a penny, man. I've never spent a penny on this account. This has been from day dot when we started this account, man. This has been the build. You've got a lot of really nice, cards here. But this Wiltshire is definitely a good card, man. And we've got to Division 1 multiple times with this account. And usually with Collar as our main man and this Bellingham in here as well, which is a really nice card. This Collar build here with this is... where's Collar, man? Sonkrasen is another player there as well. Collar. Watch Collar's record, lads. Watch Collar's record, man. We'll give Collar an auto renewal. For now. It's 10 days. But this is his record here. 222 goals, or 222 matches played with 190 here. 193 goals, man. You know? That's basically it. 46 assists, 193 goals. You know? That's basically it, man. Because he's a beast. And we've got to this. Wiltshire's build. If I was training this card again, I think I would probably be picking where, if he's going to be my main centre midfielder, I've got one holding. So I'm not playing him as an attacking. I'm not playing him as a defensive. I'm playing him as a holding. Here. With this Wiltshire. And I do like this card a lot. You know, I do like this card a lot, man. It's very, very nice attacking build. Now, would I change up how I train him a little bit? Potentially, because we've 4 into defending. But I like having 4 into defending. I'd probably go more into his defending to get his aggression to 90. Aggression to 90 is another threshold. You know? That's basically it, man. You know? That's basically what I would say, man. I would say that if you can get this aggression up, obviously we don't have Guardiola on this account, so we need to go a little bit higher. Or we have this Guardiola, he's going to get the 88 possession. We bought him. But if you're using another manager, you won't. That's basically it there. Wiltshire, 90 aggression because I'm using him as a box-to-box, even though he's an orchestrator. Passing is going to be lovely once you get the boost. Guardiola is going to give you that +3 plus the booster. You're going to be getting +2. I don't think, in hindsight here, I probably would only give 3 into his... I would probably only give 3 into his passing. 3 into his passing, man. There is pretty nice. 90 pass, 84 low passing, and then 90 aggression. That's what I would get there, I would say. The rest of his stats, tie possession, all of those stats are going to be nice, but we don't need to go too high. If we go 4 into that, do I need to go 1 more, 2 more into tie possession? Potentially, because I want to hold the ball with him. And that's going to bring me up into the 91 with dribbling and 90 tie possession. The rest of the stats I'm going to go into is going to be speed and acceleration. I don't need much finishing. I could pop maybe 3 into this or maybe 4 into this because it's going to cost me only a point each. And the rest is going to go into my lower body. We'll probably start with 12 apiece. 10 and 11 maybe. That's probably where I will go with it to get the acceleration. We'll go 10 and 10 for now and see. That's going to be 80 speed, 85 acceleration, 92 balance, 92 ball control. Yeah, I like that, man. I do like that. I do like that Wilshere card as an attacker. I'll probably pop 2 more into dexterity. That'll do me. 1 more into passing just to bring it up. That is the Wilshere build I would probably go with now. 88 acceleration, 94 balance. But I'm not playing him as a defensive player, you see, because I've got my Holden Rodri. Defend him with 5, attack him with 5. And I wouldn't have Odegaard out there as well. Nkunku, another fine card that they released a long time ago as a creative playmaker. Finishing plus 80, low pass plus 90, all of this, man. Yeah, you can up his Wilshere's defending, but I'm not really looking to up his defending because I have other players that can play that role if I'm not going to be playing him in there. Do you get me? I have players that could play instead of him there, such as Bellingham. Like if I use this Showtime Bellingham, I'm going to up his defending. So depending on what player I'm going to be coming up against, I can switch that very easily. Because this Bellingham has got a lot of defending in there. We put 9 into defending there with the Guardiola. We're going to get the boost. So you've got 90 aggression, 90 tackling. You've got 90 speed if you want it as well. That's if you want it. You don't have to go there. I need 7 into that. And of course the balance is going to get a boost there as well, because you're going to be playing Bellingham as a defensive box-to-box. Like that can still get forward. He's not going to have the dribble in a Wilshere though, no matter what you do. So if you're looking to have an attacking centre midfielder, there's no point in having... there's no point in playing... Like you can still... Yeah, you can still do a lot with him, but you're not going to be able to get him up to where Wilshere is at. You know, you're just not, like, no matter what you do with this card. So Bellingham is definitely more suited as a defensive type of box-to-box. And if you compare him with Wilshere, it's going to be a different style of player. See? You're not going to be able to hit those thresholds. The new Villa is pretty decent, man. But if you have Romario, Saviola or Michael Owen, I wouldn't spin for him. That's just my personal opinion. A lot of people using Beckenbauer in DMF. I would probably use him in DMF. I have a video up, Junior, on the channel of 2 builds. But that is my free account, boys. And all of these players here. John, the game is what it is at the moment. I think you just have to adapt to having no time on the ball. That's the biggest problem. That's the biggest problem with it. Here's another interesting card, right? Endo. If Endo is down here, right, you are going to be hitting certain threshold with him. Lads, we've got to Division 1 multiple times with this account, but I haven't played with this account in ages. But we have got to Division 1 with this account. I'm just going to open up my Beckenbauer pack here and see if we do spin him. Wilshere is definitely a player I'm going to do a proper review on. He's really, really good. Roa, lovely. I would probably go with Grimaldo. If you have the old school Grimaldo, one of the best cards that they ever released. Unbelievable card. I think he's down as a left back. Yeah, this card is unreal. We also spun Davies on this one. This Grimaldo, lads, is insane. And he has no defense, man. He's an attacking full back. And he's probably my favorite left back apart from Carlos. He's ridiculous. We already showed the Wilshere build with 2 caveats. If you're using Wilshere as a single man, like box to box, you have to train him in a little bit of defense. If you're not and you're using him as an AMF, you don't need any defense. Does that make sense? So 4, 4, 6, 12, 10, and then 5 into defending. You can leave the defending away from it and put it into wherever else you want. You don't need any defending, but I would like 90 aggression on any version of Wilshere. That's the build we went for. So boys, that is it, man. We got to go back to work, unfortunately. We got to go back to work, man. Thank you guys for joining me. It's another 4-hour banger stream on a Monday. We're back. Collar is back. He's been beasting today. We've had a good bit of crack on the stream. That is my free-to-play account. We might actually do, on Friday, we might do another free-to-play bit as well. And I have something cooking as well for kind of like a subscriber showdown type thing. If you missed that stream last Friday, we did a subscriber showdown special where we played all of you guys from stream. We reviewed cards today. We did everything, man. We did everything. I have a video coming up as well that's going to be streamlined. All of the builds that I have are going to be streamlined and shown in this. And I'm also going to do a huge video where it's just going to be quick fire builds, basically, where I'll probably try and fit in before the free update. I'm probably going to fit in probably about 200 players, man. You know? No, DD, I'm not irritated at all, man. I'm not irritated at all, bro. I'm not, man. Sorry if it's coming across that way. I'm not irritated at all. I'm in good form, man. We had a good weekend. I'm just tired, man. And I know I've another, like, face into another 5 hours of real life work. I mean, it's not like I'm going after and just going out in the sun, bro. So I'm just a bit tired, man. We had a busy weekend. And I'm going to be busy for the next couple of weeks. But we still played some games, man. We still had some crack. We still, you know, had some good goals. We had a really good result against that opponent. So yeah, man. It's been a good old stream. We didn't do any of these objectives, man. We didn't do any of these objectives. But this is our secondary account, so it is what it is. But lads, that is it for me. We will be back very, very soon. Enjoy the rest of your days or your mornings or good night if it's nighttime for you. I know different people watching from different areas. I will talk to you guys later. We will be back with a video. I'm going to have probably about 3 videos up between now and Thursday, and then back with a big stream Thursday. Make sure as well to forget your resets, man. Don't forget your resets, because this is going. The free reset is going this Thursday. So once it's there, it's going to cost you GP. It's all right for players like Collar or players that are kind of low rated. But if you've got somebody like Wiltshire that's topping out at like 100 overall, it's going to cost you about 260,000 GP to reset all these players, man. And that goes up and up and up for the better players that you have. So make sure that you reset all your players, and we will do builds. Like Casillas is 600,000, man. But thank you guys for watching, man. It's been a banger of a one, and we'll be back again. Apologies if I'm a bit tireder today. I just had a busy weekend, but it's been a 4-hour stream, and it's been a very... I usually do a lot of gameplay heavy stuff, so you can kind of chill out between the games and stuff. This has been literally a very data-driven stream that you guys wanted. So we'll have the video up later, and I will catch you later. We'll have a couple of more reviews as well and stuff. Until next time, boys, I will talk to you in a bit. Peace. Huge shout out as well to Gary for the 5 gifted. Lucas and Gary both becoming club president for another month each. And Wasil signing up for a 4-month membership as well. Thank you, boys. You're keeping the whole thing going. 274 likes on the stream. Absolutely insane. 6 new members. It's humbling. It's amazing. And hopefully I've got some nice surprises for you guys soon as well, as we build up to the wedding, and we have a nice few behind the scenes stuff with my new office setup and stuff like that as well for members. So it will be a bit of crack. Until next time, thanks for everybody watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Like the stream if you haven't. And I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.